Garrick's 1938 Nigerian record of 6 feet 4 inches in the high jump, to A.K. Amu's Nigerian record in the 400 meters, the 400 years as well, 440 years as it was then known.
What do I
same thing
mean, or what do I understand by the term building the Nigeria of our dreams?
I would actually liken it to the whole purpose of education. So someone defined education as that method of instruction wherein a person is enabled to reach the utmost of his potential, to achieve his greatest potential. So in the Nigeria of my dreams, I would like to see every single Nigerian, regardless of age, gender, ethnic, or linguistic extraction, be capable of achieving the maximum potential that they have. So it's the complete structure which will enable that to happen. That's the social circumstances, the educational circumstances, economic circumstances that will make people able to achieve that end. That's what I mean by Nigeria of my dreams. What role can the Old Boys Association play in creating a Nigeria of our dreams? King's College Old Boys have always led. From the founding of these very grounds in 1909, King's College Boys have been great achievers in every field of human endeavor. In medicine, in law, in education, military endeavor, every single field of human endeavor, King's College Boys have excelled. So as exemplars of the patriotic Nigerian, we can serve as examples to the rest of the country. More than that, many of our old boys are now coming forward to participate in the political process, something they never did or rarely did in the past. And we have some examples in the present day polity of old boys who are contesting from everywhere from the local government level to the state houses, to the National Assembly, Senate, even the governorship. Old boys are putting forward, throwing their hats in the ring and contesting at those levels. And we have one old boy who's also on the ticket of a party for the vice presidential slot, the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So in that way also, old boys can contribute to ensuring that we join hands together to create the Nigeria of our dreams. In every field of human endeavors, we have great achievers in banking, in law, in medicine, in the present day, where old boys are setting the pace, setting the example, and leading their fellow Nigerians forward ever. Thank you.
So we chose the theme for this year's Kingsweek as building the Nigeria of our dreams. We all know where we are today as a nation. We know that the country is riven by all kinds of problems. We're divided along tribal, religious lines. And the country has never been this divided, for several decades. So we have a situation where there's so much insecurity in the country, the economy is not doing well, and quite a lot of Nigerians fear for the survival of our nation. A lot of Nigerians fear that we can have a failed state on our hands. And so we believe that Nigeria can do well. We believe that there are better things that bind us together than things that tear us apart. And that is why, as old boys of King's College, we've decided that we should come together and brainstorm and think about the things that we can do to bequeath to the generations coming after us in Nigeria of our dreams, in Nigeria of their dreams. So that's why we've chosen the topic this year. If we look at our nation today, we'll see that there's a lot of lack of confidence in the nation. Quite a lot of young people are beginning to travel abroad, they're beginning to relocate. That's just because of the fear about where the country is headed. Insecurity is rife. And we think that one of the greatest problems that we have, one of the greatest challenges that we face as a country today is disunity in the country. King's College has been that college where you've had students from all parts of the country coming together, forming very, very enduring relationships, which have endured over the years. So we think that King's College, being Nigeria's premier unity college, that there's a role that we have to play in a relationship with each other as old boys of King's College. We've related very, very well, regardless of where we come from. So we feel that there's a sense of responsibility that we have as old boys of King's College to do whatever we can do to try and get the nation back together again, to try and build a Nigeria of our dreams. Well, King's College Old Boys have made stellar contributions to the development of Nigeria, whether it's in the field of governance or in the professions, law, medicine, accounting, and so on and so forth. So we are opinion leaders, and I believe that if we get together and speak to our fellow countrymen about the need to build the nation of our dreams, that they will listen. And I also think that this event that we're having, where we're calling people together from various walks of life, professional bodies, other unity schools, and various people to say, look, let us sit down together, let's talk about our country, let's talk about the things that we can do to bequeath for ourselves a much better Nigeria. Those are some of the roles that we can play. And like our Deputy President hinted, quite a lot of us have decided that we would no longer sit on the sidelines and just criticize. Quite a lot of King's College old boys are now getting into politics to ensure that we try to contribute our quota to ensuring that we build the kind of Nigeria that is the Nigeria of our dreams.
We celebrate our school and we wish it much love. King's College. Visiting King's College to me every time is like journeying to hallowed ground. On Monday, the 20th of September, 1909, the first assembly of King's College was held on these very grounds on which I sit. Assembly was led by Mr. Lomax, who had hurriedly been transferred from the survey department to head the then King's School because the principal, Mr. Dunlop, who had been appointed by the British Colonial Office, had taken ill and was unable to make the trip from the United Kingdom to Nigeria. So Mr. Lomax led the first assembly. Later on in the year, Mr. Hyde Johnson, who was appointed to replace Mr. Dunlop, became the principal of King's College. The school is named after him
One of the houses in the school is named after him, in memory of his premiership as a principal of King's College, the first real, not temporary principal of King's College. Over the years, the school has lived up to the expectations and the dreams of its forefathers. From those 10 or 11 students who attended the assembly on that first day, the intake rose all the way up to 800 or 900 about 20 years ago, and has then fallen slowly back to about 400 every year. King's College still remains the school to go. Performance at all levels of secondary education remain within the single digits in the entire country. The boys are cultured, they imbibe the spirit of kingsmanship, they're sportsmen, they play the game, they do well academically, and they thrive in their chosen fields of management. So King's College remains that institution of distinction that it was planned to be, which it had been throughout its lifetime, these 113 years since it was founded. We celebrate this Kingsweek 2022. We celebrate the memories of those who have gone before us. We celebrate the great men who passed through these hallowed halls. We celebrate the sportsmen who have distinguished themselves on these same playing fields, from Dr. Garrick's 1938 Nigerian record of 6 feet 4 inches in the high jump to A.K. Amu's Nigerian record in the 400 meters, the 400 years as well, 40 years as it was then known, on these same fields. We celebrate our school and we wish it a much longer life, 1,000-year history. Amen. King's College. Visiting King's College to me every time is like journeying to hallowed ground. On Monday, the 20th of September, 1909, the first assembly of King's College was held on these very grounds on which I sit. The assembly was led by Mr. Lomax, who had hurriedly been transferred from the survey department to head the then King's School because the principal, Mr. Dunlop, who had been appointed by the British Colonial Office, had taken ill and was unable to make the trip from the United Kingdom to Nigeria. So Mr. Lomax led the first assembly. Later on in the year, Mr. Hyde Johnson, who was appointed to replace Mr. Dunlop, became the principal of King's College. The school is named after him. One of the houses in the school is named after him, in memory of his premiership as a principal of King's College, the first real, not temporary principal of King's College. Over the years, the school has lived up to the expectations and the dreams of its forefathers. From those 10 or 11 students who attended the assembly on that first day, the intake rose all the way up to 800 or 900 about 20 years ago, and has then fallen slowly back to about 400 every year. King's College still remains the school to go. Performance at all levels of secondary education remain within the single digits in the entire country. The boys are cultured, they imbibe the spirit of kingsmanship, they're sportsmen, they play the game, they do well academically, and they thrive in their chosen fields of management. So King's College remains that institution of distinction that it was planned to be, which it had been throughout its lifetime, these 113 years since it was founded. We celebrate this Kingsweek 2022. We celebrate the memories of those who have gone before us. We celebrate the great men who passed through these hallowed halls. We celebrate the sportsmen who have distinguished themselves on these same playing fields, from Dr. Garrick's 1938 Nigerian record of 6 feet 4 inches in the high jump to Eke Amu's Nigerian record in the 400 meters, the 400 years as well, 440 years as it was then known, on these same fields. We celebrate our school and we wish it a much longer life, a 1,000-year history. Amen.
So, what do I mean, or what do I understand by the term building the Nigeria of our dreams? I would actually liken it to the whole purpose of education. So someone defined education as that method of instruction wherein a person is enabled to reach the utmost of his potential, to achieve his greatest potential. So in the Nigeria of my dreams, I would like to see every single Nigerian, regardless of age, gender, ethnic, or linguistic extraction, be capable of achieving the maximum potential that they have. So it's the complete structure which will enable that to happen. That's the social circumstances, the educational circumstances, the economic circumstances that will make people able to achieve that end. That's what I mean by the Nigeria graduates. What role can the Old Boys Association play in creating a Nigeria of our dreams? King's College Old Boys have always led. From the founding of these very grounds in 1909, King's College Boys have been great achievers in every field of human endeavor. In medicine, in law, in education, military endeavor, every single field of human endeavor, King's College Boys have excelled. So as exemplars of the patriotic Nigerian, we can serve as examples to the rest of the country. More than that, many of our old boys are now coming forward to participate in the political process, something they never did or rarely did in the past. And we have some examples in the present day polity of old boys who are contesting from everywhere from the local government level to the state houses, to the National Assembly, Senate, even the governorship. Old boys are putting forward, throwing their hats in the ring and contesting at those levels. And we have one old boy who's also on the ticket of a party for the vice presidential slot, the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So in that way also, old boys can contribute to ensuring that we join hands together to create the Nigeria of our dreams. In every field of human endeavors, we have great achievers in banking, law, medicine, old boys setting the pace.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please
So we chose the theme for this year's Kingsweek as building the Nigeria of our dreams. We all know where we are today as a nation. We know that the country is riven.
So, what do I mean, or what do I understand by the term building the Nigeria of our dreams? I would actually liken it to the whole purpose of education. So, someone defined education as that method of instruction wherein a person is enabled to reach the utmost of his potential, to achieve his greatest potential. So in the Nigeria of my dreams, I would like to see every single Nigerian, regardless of age, gender, ethnic, or linguistic extraction, be capable of achieving the maximum potential that they have. So it's the complete structure which will enable that to happen. That's the social circumstances, the educational circumstances, the economic circumstances that will make people able to achieve that end. That's what I mean by the Nigeria of my dreams.
So that we can formally commence the proceedings. It is my pleasure to welcome all of you today to the Founders Day lecture of the 113th anniversary of the founding of our great school, King's College, Lagos. And to kick off the proceedings, we will immediately commence with an opening prayer. It is my pleasure and my privilege to invite the General Secretary of the King's College Old Boys Association, Barrister Rotimi Aladesomi, to give us the opening prayer. May we stand, please.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and Florians to fellow Kingsmen. Let us rise up for prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you for bringing us here to this event. We thank you for all that you've done for us in this great institution. Father, we pray that you be with us in all that we do today, abide with us, and guide us throughout the entire deliberation so that at the end of it all, we'll have cause to give thanks and praise to your holy name. Amen.
So first of all, or secondly, I would like to apologize for the slight delay in starting. And right now, it is my pleasure and privilege to invite Barrister Etigwe Ua SAN, the chairman of the Kingsweek Planning Committee, to deliver the welcome address. Let's put our hands together for Barrister Etigwe Ua. Young boys, please, let's put our hands together properly. Before you were clapping like High Johnson's boys, but now you're clapping like Mackie Wright's house boys. Please, another round of applause. Up, Mackie. If you see the way the president just looked at me now, I know I'm in trouble. So my result is up, Mackie.
Florence. Your Excellency, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, GCFR, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, who's joining us by Zoom, Director General, World Trade Organization, Mr. Dr. Olisa Agbakoba, former President, Nigerian Bar Association, Professor Atahiru Jega, former Chairman, Independent National Electoral Commission, Mrs. Ijoma Nwogugu, Managing Director, Arise Television. I decided to recognize our guest first. The Chairman, Board of Trustees, King's College Old Boys Association, Izoma Philip Asiodu, the President, King's College Old Boys Association, Alhaji Kashim Ibrahim Imam, the Chairman, King's College School-Based Management Committee, Engineer Jani Ibrahim, MNI, members of the King's College Old Boys Association executives, staff and students of King's College, executives of the King's College Parents Teachers Association. I invited guests, including professional bodies and sister schools, the press, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the events marking the 113th anniversary of the founding of King's College Lagos. King's College Lagos enjoys the unilateral honor of being the only Nigerian school established by an act of the English Parliament, which was enacted in 1909. Part of the objectives of the members of Parliament at the time in setting up the school was to provide for the youth of the colony a higher general education than that supplied by existing schools. Our first assembly was held on these hallowed grounds on 20th September 1909. King's College is the first of federal government-owned colleges now popularly referred to as unity schools. Over the years, King's College has become a melting pot where students from all parts of the country are gathered in furtherance of their educational pursuits. Very lasting relationships cutting across tribes, religions, and diverse cultures have been built over the years. King's College, therefore, represents one of the enduring catalysts for national unity, integration, and understanding. Every year we mark the week of our founding with a series of events which have now assumed the name Kingsweek. It has over the years provided a forum for purposeful interaction between members of the association and strategic stakeholders in various sectors of the economy, as well as our national life. The theme for this year's Kingsweek is building the Nigeria of our dreams. It will be chaired by our former president, His Excellency Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, GCFR, who will be joined by our distinguished panelists, including Dr. and Mrs. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, Dr. Olisa Agbakoba, Professor Jega, and the session will be moderated by Ijoma Nwogugu. We have chosen the theme of this colloquium considering the current state of our country, which has become riven by sharp divisions along ethnic and religious lines, as well as by grave insecurity, which has led to very serious agitations. Our economy is also in a very bad shape. given the position of King's College as a symbol of national unity as well as the stellar contributions of his old boys spread across the world to the growth and development of the economy, we have decided to bring together key stakeholders in the Nigerian project to discuss what needs to be done to build the Nigeria of our dreams. We hope that from this colloquium, an agenda can be set for dealing with the myriad of problems which currently threaten the existence of our dear country. The subject of building a Nigeria of our dreams is one which every Nigerian must pay very keen attention to. We only need to look at the dislocation and misery being experienced in Ukraine, in Syria, in Libya, and a few other countries to underscore this point. Our youths are daily losing faith in our country, and the extent of migration as a result of a gloomy outlook for the country is very alarming. This is why we are grateful that you have graciously accepted our invitation to attend this colloquium, which is intended to be a very frank and brutally blunt discourse on the state of our nation and what can be done to remedy the current state of affairs. On behalf of the principal of King's College, the chairman of the King's College Old Boys Board of Trustees, the president of King's College Old Boys Association, and the chairman of our school-based management committee, I welcome you to this colloquium, and I hope that we'll have very fruitful deliberations and reach conclusions which will help steer our country towards the path of peace, progress, and development. We welcome you all. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Before we proceed to the discussion of today, it is also my pleasure and privilege to invite the principal of King's College, Lagos, Mr. Andrew Ali Agada, to give us a State of the College address. A round of applause for the PKC, please.
Your Excellency, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, GCFR, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Chairman Board of Trustees, King's College Youth Boys Association, the President, King's College Youth Boys Association, Chairman, School-Based Management Committee, distinguished panelists, esteemed old boys, our dear staff, parents, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome you to King's College for the 2022 Kingsweek. I will not bother you with the history of King's College, but I'll briefly tell you the journey we are embarking right now. I want to inform us that King's College, we are striving to rebrand the college and to return to the glory of our college. In academics, King's College is among the top 10 among the Unity colleges now. In this year's Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination, one of our candidates came among the first 5 nationally, and is the first among Federal Unity colleges in the person of Emmanuel Olaoluwa Lawal. He scored 355. And in our WASE, 2021, we registered 555 candidates, and 98% of them got 5 credits, including English and mathematics, meaning that out of 555, 98% of them were qualified to transit to tertiary institutions. In this year's basic education certificate exam, we also recorded landslide performance from our students. We have a candidate who registered for 12 subjects and scored 12 A's. And we have 16 of them that scored 11 A's. The 10 A's, 9 A's are numerous. I want to, at this junction, appreciate our president, Alhaji Kashim Ibrahim Mam, who graciously motivated and rewarded the students. The boy that scored 355 in JAM, he gave the boy 100,000 naira. The one that scored 12 A's in Becker, he gave 100,000 naira. And the others that scored 11 A's, he gave them 50,000 naira each. Also, the chairman of the school-based management committee also gave 100,000 naira to them. I want to appreciate Ambassador Chuma, who also gave 100,000 naira to the boy. We are encouraging the students, and we are seeing the results. I also want to appreciate the old boys for their contributions, for their intervention over the years. Each time we call upon them, they are there for us, particularly the president and the SBMC chairman. We are grateful unto you. I know we have challenges knowing the history of our college. Our structures are old and they will require constant maintenance. So please do not be tired of us when we call upon you. I know a line of our song says, when the gong is sound, all must answer, yeah. On this note, I want to once again welcome you to King's College 2022 Kingsweek. God bless you.
Thank you, PKC. Thank you very much. Market boys, clap for the PKC properly, please. And now it is my distinct pleasure and privilege to invite to speak none other than the president of the King's College Old Boys Association. No, don't clap yet. Don't clap yet. You know he's a high J boy, but we will show him the market treatment. Are we correct? Sorry. So, Alhaji Kashim Ibrahim Imam, president of the King's College Old Boys Association, and I've been corrected, distinguished Makirite houseboy. Please give him a round of applause.
Laureate all, may I, on behalf of Izoma Philip Asuedu and all the members of the Board of Trustees that he chairs, as well as the PKC, Mr. Andrew Aliagada, and the management of the college, the chairman of the school-based management committee, Engineer Jani Ibrahim, and the members of his committee, the members of the executive of the King's College All Boys Association, staff and students of King's College, formally welcome our father, the father of Nigeria, former president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, General Olusegun Obasanjo, GCFR, and all our esteemed panelists today, to King's College, Lagos. King's College is 113 years old. We have every reason to roll out the drums and to celebrate, except for the fact that these are very gloomy times, very difficult times in our country, Nigeria. Our country is on the brink of collapse. Every institution has failed. It's not failing. Mark my words, all the institutions, every single institution has failed. Security. And that is the first responsibility of all governments worldwide. We've never been this challenged in our entire history, not even during the Civil War. You have Boko Haram in the northeast, the bandits in the northwest, and across parts of the north central, IPOP in the southeast, the bandits in the south-south. The state of insecurity in our nation is so appalling, so dismal. It calls for grave concern. The economy is in shambles. Nigeria is the largest producer of crude in Africa. The figures, production figures for last month was a little over 900,000 barrels. We were averaging 2.3 million barrels per day. It's never been this bad in the past 50 years. Practically half of what is produced is stolen. And this has had grave effects on every facet of our lives. We have 4 refineries in Kaduna, in Port Harcourt, in Warri, in One. Not one single refinery is working. The cost of the fuel subsidy has reached 7 trillion naira. Corruption is so endemic today. It's unbelievable. I won't give you figures because we've assembled a team of panelists to address these issues and to provide solutions. But I must say this, God Almighty has been gracious to us as a people. God has given us every ingredient, every single ingredient that is required to make a great nation. The first of these, population. Nigeria has the human resource. More than 200 million of us. Not just 200 million, but 200 million young. And most importantly, 200 million educated. In the US, if you Google the most educated people, it gives you one word, Nigerians. God Almighty has also blessed us with material resources, everything, every single thing. Our crude oil is the best. Wood, Amazonia, mahogany, teak, even ebony. Every mineral resource that you can think of. If you scratch our surface, we have it. Gold, limestone, colbert, anything and everything. We have it in abundance. We have no business being where we are today. It is unacceptable. And our leaders must arise to this responsibility. As I said, in the true tradition of King's College, we went in search of our best on offer in this country. And we've assembled a team, the best that this country can offer. We have on the panelists my very dear sister, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, former president of World Bank, former Minister of Finance, former Minister of Foreign Affairs, coordinating Minister of the Economy, everything and more. He is currently the Director General of the World Trade Organization. We also have on our list of panelists today, Professor Atahiru Jega, a very distinguished Nigerian, one that is incorruptible, one who was given a very delicate national assignment, and he performed credibly well and has remained in the social orientation space. We also have Olisa Agwakoba, former president of the Nigerian Bar Association. He has been the champion of the masses of this country. He has stood out for the truth, for integrity, and he has actually made that his career. So he's been constantly fighting for a better Nigeria. We also have my very dear sister, my colleague in this dear family, the managing director of Arise Television, Ijoma Nwokobu, who has equally distinguished herself as a journalist, as an economist, and now as the managing director of Arise Television. The last but not the least of the panelists, my friend and brother, the governor of Ondo State, Barrister Rotimi Akeredolu, SAN, unfortunately could not join us this afternoon because he is bereaved. He lost his mother and he's been weeping as if Mama was only 50 years old when she died. And of course, the grandfather of them all, the man who has transformed into the conscience of our nation, the man who at the age of 85 has refused to take a most deserved rest. He is on the road constantly, either traveling across the country or traveling across the globe in search of solutions to our national problems. He has refused to retire. He insists that until we get it right as a nation, I'm speaking about none other person but President Olusegun Obasanjo. My task is very easy. These distinguished panelists will analyze the problems, but most importantly, they will profile solutions. I have just only one, and that is to plead with the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And I want to do this on my knees. There is a scam called oil subsidy. The President, his cabinet, the President of the Senate, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, all the members of the National Assembly. And I want to plead in particular with the organized labor that fuel subsidy is a scam of monumental proportions. Fuel subsidy is anti-peasants, is anti-masses. It has only worked to enrich a very few elites in this country. Fuel subsidy must be removed. It's either fuel subsidy is removed or it will kill us. So I plead that fuel subsidy should be killed before it kills us as a people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for that most passionate appeal. And now we are about to go into the meat of the matter. And at this stage, just before I invite Ijoma Nwogugu to take over as the moderator, I would like to ask that we all be upstanding and take the national anthem. The national anthem, please. Arise, O compatriots, Nigeria's call obey, to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and mind, one nation bound in freedom, peace and unity. Please, let's put our hands together for the moderator, Ijoma Nwogugu, as she takes over from here.
Thank you. Thank you, King's College Old Boys Association. I'll start by standing by all the protocols that have been observed so we can get on with the main colloquium that brought us here. It's coming at the most timely occasion, given the challenges Nigeria is facing or is contending with, and given the fact that we're also undergoing a political transition. So without further ado, we'll be most grateful if we invite our most distinguished chairman of this colloquium celebrating the 113th anniversary of the founding of King's College, His Excellency President Olusegun Obasanjo.
Let me start by thanking the chairman of the King's College Old Boys Association, Kashim, who made it a point of duty for me to be here. He sent me text message. He sent me a letter, and very unexpectedly, day before yesterday, he personally appeared to make sure that I will be here today. Kashim, I thank you very much. Let me, of course, appreciate the presence of all my brothers and sisters on the podium. And let me say to you that when I got the invitation, building the Nigeria of our dreams, I was at a loss. Because if you want to build the Nigeria of your dream, you must have a dream or dreams. Do we have Nigerian dream? And if we have Nigerian dream, what is it? So that we can all key into it. But if we do not have a Nigerian dream, do we need to have a Nigerian dream? And if we need to have a Nigerian dream, what must it be? Again, when I got here, I look at the program, which was given while I was sitting here, and it says, Chairman's remarks on the state of the nation, where we are, where we can be, what we should do. That then defined my duty and responsibility. Kashim, you didn't give me that when you came to talk to me even yesterday, day before yesterday. But I will do. I will do. Everywhere in the world, economic emancipation and citizens' well-being are central to national dream. The Americans can say they have an American dream. The British can say they have a British dream. But in our case, do we really have what we can call Nigerian dream? And for me, Nigerian dream will start from a national identity, which we can all hold on to. And national identity is the foundation of social cohesion. Weak social cohesion causes distrust, and people are reluctant to engage with one another. And that is the bane of our own society here in Nigeria. We do not trust ourselves. Confidence is totally destroyed. And where there is no confidence, there is no togetherness. If we have no dream, then what can be the inspiration for the aspiration of our youth? What can they look up to? What can they aspire to? What can goad them on and say, yes? But is it because we haven't tried in the past to find a glue to bring us together? I believe we have tried. And I believe we are still trying. I'm happy that a distinguished old boy of this great institution is here, Chief Philip Asiotu. You and your colleague, again, a great Nigerian, may his soul rest in peace, Tunji Aboyade, who was from my own school, another great institution. In one of the development plan that you gave to this country, you gave some of the things that to form the basis of our national dream, egalitarian society. You remember. Where are we with that today? Nowhere. Nowhere. And even when you look into our constitution, there's something we call national ethics. And I find it very interesting. National ethics in chapter 2 of section 23 of our constitution. And it says, the national ethics shall be discipline, integrity, dignity of labor, social justice, religious tolerance, reliance, and self-reliance and patriotism. In our constitution, where do we follow it? Does it really mean anything to us? I say again, the national ethics shall be discipline, integrity. My brother said, corruption is everywhere. I said, it's on the nose of the man to prevent corruption. Corruption is on the nose. Dignity of labor, social justice, religious tolerance, self-reliance, and patriotism. And even if you take the national anthem, the two stanzas of our national anthem, our national pledge, and you bring it to our ethics, you will have enough to give us a Nigerian dream. And if we have a Nigerian dream, then there will be vision for our youth. Because the Holy Bible says, and forgive me for quoting from the Holy Bible, don't forget that in my old age, I went to university to study Christian theology. Joel chapter 2, verse 28 said, and I read, and it shall come to pass afterward that I will pour out my spirit upon all flesh, and your sons and your daughters shall prophesy. Your old men shall dream dreams. Your young men shall see visions. Without dreams, our youth will be without vision. So, as they say in my part of the world, the cripple carried his load and the load bent to one side. And somebody saw him and said, look, your load is bending. He said, well, you look at me from the feet upwards. If we have no dream, then we cannot be talking of Nigeria, of our dream. Maybe we will do like the AU. The AU talk of Africa we want, not Africa of our dream. Maybe we can also say, if we cannot agree on a dream for Nigeria, maybe we can agree on Nigeria we want. And we can say this is the Nigeria we want, if not Nigeria of our dream. And then we walk towards it. And what do we need to walk towards Nigeria we want? And we are able to do it, agree on our dream. And I have said that our dream must start with national identity, where we take being in Nigeria as first and being anything else as second. Being in Nigeria as first and being anything else as second. Now, if we are able to do that, and we are able to work on that, and we are able to really live that and live that way, even the appeal you are making will not be necessary, because that will have been taken care of. Nigeria identity. A situation where Nigerians are checking out in droves, and we feel that it's normal. Many of them perish on the desert. Those who are able to go beyond the desert, they found their graves in the Mediterranean. Now, what hope do we give such people? What do they say to us? And what does it mean to us and to them? A situation where 20 million children of Nigeria that should be in school are not in school. And some of us believe that because some of us must be servants, then they don't need to go to school so that they can be good servants. And I say, if you educate every Nigerian, then you will get better servants from the educated Nigerian that will even be servants. Just for us to understand what I'm saying about dreaming. James Adam in America in 1931 defined the American dream. And what did he say? I quote, life should be better and richer and fuller for everyone, with opportunity for each according to ability or achievement, regardless of social class or circumstances of birth. Then it was put as American dream and refined. And this is what they put it, how they put it. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. So I come to the most important. What do we have to do? You have to have the government that understands what it is to govern. We have to have the government that understands what it means to govern, the responsibility to govern, not arrogance of ignorance. Not crying nepotism. When I go around the world, and I don't need to tell you this, you see it among yourself, even here. They are Nigerians with necessary experience, competence to serve this country under a good government. That was how Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala was found out. I came to government, and one of the things that I found intolerable was the level of debt and debt services. We were spending $3.5 billion to service our debt, and the quantum of debt was not going down. I told the president of the World Bank, help me. He said, well, if you do well, we will help you. And I was going around the world. After 4 years, I didn't get anything. Anybody I went to, they would say, oh, you have a good case. It stopped there. After 4 years, I went to work from Sin again, the president of World Bank. I said, look, you said you will help me. You haven't helped me. He said, no, you are carrying out reform. We have written about your reform. That's as much as we can do. But you have to hold your creditor. I needed somebody who will talk to those who make things happen while I'm talking to presidents and prime ministers. Somebody who understands the international financial institutions and international finance. And I asked for Ngozi to be released to me. And she was. So when I will be talking to the president, he will be talking to the minister. I remember on one occasion, I engaged Chirac for 1 hour. While I was talking to Chirac, he was with the French Minister of Finance. And I was speaking from London. Christopher Collade was our High Commissioner. So my telephone was with Chirac. Christopher Collade's telephone was to Ngozi. And he would say, Ngozi, don't leave the minister until he gets instruction from his president. So we must have the government that understand the complexity of our own situation, our own country. And I have always maintained that Nigeria is a complex country. And the complexity and the diversity is part of what makes us strong. That Nigeria is not a complex country to rule. If only we will be honest with yourselves, with Nigerians, and with your God. And that's what we don't get. That's what we don't get. If we are able to get that, I believe that the problem of where we are Kashimas said a bit of it. Politically, we have never been as disunited as we are today. Even during the Civil War, a substantial part of the country understand the war has to be fought. To keep Nigeria one is a task that must be done. Philip, you are one of those who are telling us what to do. And we had it. Today, we are politically divided, disunited. Economically, we are nowhere. We are down the drain, as we put it. Diplomatically, what they say to me wherever I go is Nigeria is not at the table. I went to a country in West Africa here, and the president said, look, my brother, we think that if we have security problem, we will rely on our brother Nigeria. But if you cannot solve your security problem, how can we rely on you? go home and do something about it, which is an insult to me. But that is the reality. And before we have done that, when there was need to send troops to Liberia, we did. When there was need to send troops to Sierra Leone, we did. When there was need to send troops to Sudan, we did. Before AU, before UN. Today, we cannot even we can't send troops to the Republic of Benin. So that's where we are. But where should we be? I believe that, and this is my own strong belief, that there are three races in the world: the white, the yellow, and the black. For now, the Americans are leading the white race. The Chinese have taken the lead of the yellow race. I believe Nigeria, with a population of 225 million today, is created by God to lead the black race. So whatever we do, we disappoint ourselves, we disappoint Africa, and we disappoint the black race. And where we should be is to stop disappointing ourselves. And when we stop disappointing ourselves, we will take care of the continent. And we will take care of the black race. I remember during the first tax 77, people from Papua New Guinea came here. They were lodging their complaints they had against colonialism to me. Yeah. People from Australia, the Aborigines of Australia, they came. They were lodging their complaints to me. And on one occasion, one of our leaders here in Nigeria said, his front line does not go beyond the borders of Nigeria. What nonsense. And I quickly ran to him and said, look, you know God doesn't make a mistake? He said, yes. If God doesn't make a mistake, God has made Nigeria with one, I think we are 15 in terms of area of countries in Africa. And we are, for every 4 Africans, that's in Nigeria. For every 5 black man, that's in Nigeria. Now God has a purpose for us, making that to happen. And the purpose is that your front line will go beyond the borders of Nigeria. And we must accept that. And we have done that in the past. We have to be where Nigerian must be. Nigeria has no business with poverty. Nigeria has no business with insecurity. Nigeria has no business with political division in our land. It is the choice, advertently or inadvertently, of our leaders it is not the choice of God for us. And if God has not chosen that for us, we can choose better than what we have chosen now. I come back to again, government that understands. When I had opportunity during what I call in my interregnum, I interacted with quite a number of leaders in the world. Helmut Schmidt, Pierre Trudeau, Jim Callahan. We had something, an organization we call Interaction Council of former heads of government. And we discussed world affairs. And one day, we were all sitting down. Those who would drink whiskey were drinking whiskey, brandy. I was drinking my apple juice. And I said to these people, I said, look, you are not fair to us. And Helmut Schmidt said, Olu, well, what do you mean by that? I said, look at how things are weighted against us in economic terms. And he said to me, what I will say to you now, I will not say it publicly. We devised and we designed capitalism for ourselves, not for you. I said, even for humanity, you will not see us. He said, Olu, go and bring your economics book and show me where humanity is a factor of production. And humanity is not a factor of production. And he said to me, your problem is that your leaders don't know what they should know. Your leaders must have a modicum of economics before they assume leadership position. And that is true. I'll tell you another true story. I have an organization, an NGO called Africa Leadership Forum. And Lee Kuan Yew, he was a member of Interaction Council too. So on one occasion, I said, Lee, I want you to come to Nigeria and meet and address young and upcoming African leaders. Oh, he said, look, my friend, once I travel against time, I'm useless for another 48 hours. Bring them to Singapore. I said, what? About 40 people, how can I bring them? He said, bring them, we pay. And true enough, we paid. I took about 40 Africans to Singapore. And for 2 days, he sat down with us. And my young African leader were expecting him to reel out magic that will make them succeed at home and what has made Singapore. This was before he wrote his book, From Third World to First World. And then he was bringing what he was doing. He was bringing people who work with him and to talk to us, what they did in one thing or the other. On the last day, my young African brothers and sisters then said to him, give us the magic. What is the magic? And Lee Kuan Yew said, there's no magic. We did a few things right. and we continue to do them right. No magic. We did a few things right, and we continue to do them right. So I got up and I said to my young Africans, I said that take away what is your country doing right. And if you know what your country is doing right, does your country continue to do them right? And if your country is not doing anything right, then can't your country start to do something right and keep doing them right? And I said, for Nigeria, we have done a few things right, but we have not continued to do them right. Chief Asodu is here. One of the things that came out in your development plan was UP. UP we did right, but did we continue to do it right? No. Primary health, we did it right, but did we continue to do them right? No. So what should we do is, if we have the right government, the government that knows, that understands the world and understands Nigeria and Africa, and that is fair and sincere with Nigerians. What I do know is that together with the right government, this country can be taken and really driven to become the leading country in Africa. There's no doubt about it. And when you talk of economy, the money to develop Africa is out there, but it will not come in when you have insecurity, when you have corruption raging. And one of the things that amuses me is how we deceive ourselves. If you go to America today, they can write to you the situation about Nigeria, about each of our leaders. They know it better than you and I. But if we do what is right, investment will come in. Not only will it come in, it will come in such a way that we will even be surprised. One day, when Chukwuma Soludo was governor of Central Bank, he phoned me and said, "Sir, you'll be pleased with what I want to tell you." I said, "What do you want to tell me?" He said, "Yesterday, $80 million flew into Nigeria from direct foreign investment. Not money from our oil, not money from our cocoa, not from money from anything, not even remittances, direct foreign investment. $80 million in one day." And I didn't make any comment. Then he called me, he said, "Did you hear me?" I said, "Yes, I heard you." I said, "You didn't say anything." I said, "Yes, I didn't say anything because I'm not pleased." He said, "Then what will please you?" I said, "What will please me is $100 million a day. In 5 working days, that will be $500 million. In 1 year, that will be $26 billion. That's what I want." And he said, "We will get there." Today, I don't know if we have anything going in. So it can be done. We must have the right instrument to get the right solution to our problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, President, Your Excellency, President Olusegun Obasanjo. Your presentation was it was very thought-provoking, enlightening, and I hope it has given us cause to go and do some soul searching. Because if I were to summarize some of the things you said, you first started by asking if Nigeria has a dream at all for us to even begin to think of the dreams of this country. You also went on to identify national identity as being crucial for us to begin to understand where we want to be as a nation and where we can begin to dream of Nigeria of our dreams. You also highlighted, another factor you highlighted was an egalitarian society and national ethics, which coincidentally you confirmed was already entrenched in our constitution. And then we went on to identifying where we are. You acknowledged and told all of us that we have never been more divided today, not even ever in our history, not even during the Civil War. You also reminded us that Nigeria is no longer at the table as far as being on the international stage is concerned. And then you delved into where we should be. You identified the United States. You said there are three races. We have the white race, the black race, and the yellow race. And you identified America as being the leader of the white race, China as being the leader of the yellow race, and Nigeria with more than 200 people should be the leader of the black race. And why should we not? So in your assessment, this can all be achieved as long as Nigeria and Nigerian people understand what they need, and governance. You also identified the need for governance and the right caliber of leadership who understand, even if it's basic economics, and know how to take the right decisions and ensure that they will continue to take the right decisions. Not just, you did say we implement the right decisions, but the problem we have is follow through and ensuring that we continue to make these right decisions. So thank you very much, President Obasanjo. Would like to move on by inviting the next speaker, who is, as we all know her, a former vice president of the World Bank, former managing director of the World Bank, two-time Nigerian finance minister and coordinating minister of the economy, and currently the Director General of the World Trade Organization, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, who will be joining us by Zoom, and she'll be talking about building the Nigerian economy of our dreams.
Well, thank you very much, Ijoma. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Okay, looks like I'm frozen on the computer, but if you can hear me, that's fine. Well, thank you very much for having me. Your Excellency, President Olusegun Obasanjo, my former boss, and a foremost visionary not only for Nigeria, but for Africa. Ozoma Asiodu, King's College Old Boys, Laureate. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and my sister, wonderful moderator, Ms. Ijoma Nwogugu. It's a pleasure to be with you. And I have a special affiliation to King's College because my father, my late father, Obi Professor Chukwuka Okonjo, was a King's College Old Boy. My uncle, Professor Kende Okonjo, is a King's College Old Boy, and my younger brother, Engineer Onyema Okonjo, is a King's College Old Boy. I think in honor of all this, King's College Old Boy Association made me a King's College Old Boy or old girl. I don't know which one how you want to term it. So again, Floria, to you all, I'm very happy to be here. And I want to say special thanks to my brother, Alhaji Kashin Ibrahim Imam, and to Barrister Uwaitigwe San for also being persistent in trying to get me to talk at this forum. But I want to thank Ijoma for correcting my title at the World Bank. I left as managing director, not president of the World Bank, so I don't want anyone to think I'm claiming what I didn't do at the time. Thank you. Now let me get to the talk, and it's always a challenge to follow my former boss, President Obasanjo, after he has spoken. But I was asked to talk about building the Nigerian economy of our dreams. Former president said we don't have a dream. And that may be true. It's another way of saying that we don't have a vision for the country and the economy. But maybe we have individual dreams or individual ideas about the Nigeria we want. So let me start by commenting on that. My own dream about Nigeria or the Nigeria we want is really very modest. And there's a reason for it. But let me first say what it is. It's a Nigeria in which 100% or at least 95% of our population has access to clean water and sanitation. It's a Nigeria where quality education is accessible and creates opportunities for all so that we can deal with inequality. It's a Nigeria where the school system functions and universities are not on strike for months at a time. The Nigeria of my dreams, everyone has access to basic healthcare. Basic infrastructure is in place and includes technology and internet access. 2/3 of our population is under 30. So in the Nigeria of my dreams, young people are digitally savvy, gainfully employed, and receive the support they need to be entrepreneurs, to create jobs for themselves and for others. It's a Nigeria where women participate to their full potential in both economic and political life. The Nigerian economy of my dreams, as I've said it to you, must seem to you very basic because I'm not talking of very fancy things. But there's a reason for that. Nigerians are the most enterprising and industrious people on the planet. It gives me great pride. You just need to give Nigerians the basics and access to these fundamentals of education, health, finance, and infrastructure, and Nigerians will do the rest. The problem we have in the country is that we've never been able yet to fully, and I say fully because we've made efforts and had success in the past, and I'll come to that, to lay all these basics so that Nigerians can do the rest. The question I'm often asked as people become more pessimistic about Nigeria's situation is, can Nigeria do this? Can it provide the basics? Can it create or provide these fundamentals? And my answer is yes. Following what my former boss said, It is yes, because we've had episodes of our history where we showed that we could do all of this. Looking back to the start of this century, the record shows that Nigeria can sustain the strong growth we need to improve people's lives when we do the necessary reforms and manage the macroeconomic fundamentals well. There have been periods where we did the necessary work and got the requisite growth, with all key economic indicators moving in the right direction. Let me give examples with the necessary statistics. Of course, knowing it's me, you'll hear some statistics. And I want to say that the source of my statistics is international. It's the IMF and World Bank database. So anyone can go and check these numbers if they think they're not hearing right. For examples, between 2000 and 2010, largely under Baba's watch, Nigeria registered one of the continent's strongest growth performances with an average annual growth rate of 8.6%, while sub-Saharan Africa's economy grew at about 5%. Between 2011 and 2015, under President Goodluck Jonathan, and despite recovering from the global financial and economic crisis, Nigeria's economy grew on average by almost 5%, 4.72% to be exact, compared to 4.2% average growth for sub-Saharan Africa. From 2015 to 2022, the average annual growth rate fell to 1.4%, this time below the 2.5% average growth rate of sub-Saharan Africa. Of course, low global oil prices, exchange rate volatility, and escalating insecurity were all factors in the slowdown, which for Nigeria began well before the shocks from COVID-19. During the growth periods I mentioned above, we brought inflation down from double digits, 18.9% in 2001, to single digits of about 9% in 2015, before the Jonathan administration left office. Inflation is back in double digits at about 16% in 2022. With the great debt relief effort that Baba referred to, and which he led, and the economic team, which I piloted, worked on, we wiped out Nigeria's external debt, bringing our debt to GDP ratio down from 56% in 2000 to 9.4% in 2010. From 2011 to 2015, we exercised very prudent debt management, and the debt to GDP ratio increased by only 3 points, from that 9% to about 12% by 2015. Today, our debt to GDP ratio is about 32%, triple the number. More worrying is our ability to service debt, as debt service to revenues is an issue. In 2003, Nigeria's poverty headcount ratio, that is the percentage of people living in absolute poverty, below $2.15 a year, which is the World Bank's benchmark today. They've just upgraded their benchmark. So the poverty headcount ratio was 47.9%. Sorry, I had said $2.15 a year, it's $2.15 a day, sorry. Those living under $2.15 a day in 2003, the percentage was 47.9, almost 50%. By 2010, we had brought this down to 34.9%. By 2015, it had come down further to 32.3%. By 2018, it was down to 30.9%. Unfortunately, with the exogenous shocks that the economy is experiencing today, the poverty headcount ratio is on its way back up again. Finally, another illustration. In 2000, Nigeria ranked at the bottom of the Transparency International Corruption Perception Index. By 2010, we had moved up substantially the ranking to 143 out of 179 countries. By 2015, we had moved up again to 136 out of 167. In 2021, we have fallen back down to 154 out of 180. I think Nigerians need to learn to look at objective numbers and facts. Part of the problem we have in the country is that we don't read as much as we should. We don't consume facts. If we don't consume facts and we don't look properly at the numbers that tell us where our country and economy is going, then we are very open to propaganda, which means that people can convince us, if they know how to be very convincing and talk smoothly, we can be captivated by propaganda rather than facts. If this country is going to change, Nigerians, especially young people, must learn to look at facts and not fiction. The key takeaway from the numbers that I've given you is that Nigeria can indeed grow because we've had strong periods of growth in our economy. Nigeria can fight poverty because we've shown we can do it. Nigeria can improve people's lives. Nigeria can perform if it is properly managed. Some people might say that crude oil prices are a key driver of our economy and that prices were favorable during the good performance periods. And there is some truth to that, but it is not the complete story. Because in our history, we've had periods when oil prices were high and we performed poorly. And we've also had periods when oil prices were low and we did well. In fact, it used to be that when crude oil prices fell, economic growth fell along with it largely. And when it rose, our economy grew largely. But I've shown you that it's not all tied to oil prices. Because in 2005, under the President Obasanjo government, after we had dealt with the issue of debt, which he so greatly described, we created the excess crude account so that when oil prices were high, we could save above a budget benchmark price, which we set at very modest levels. We called it the oil price-based fiscal rule. And we created this so that if oil prices are high, we save. And when oil prices are low, we use what we have saved to keep the economy going. We saved up to 22 billion in the excess crude account. And indeed, when oil prices fell during the financial crisis of 2008 to 2010, and what followed it, which was called the Great Recession, we were able to keep our economy functioning using those resources so that Nigeria did not suffer the impacts of worldwide recession. What I'm saying is, when you have proper macroeconomic management, you can better weather bad global economic times so that when you have exogenous shocks, such as we're experiencing globally today, you can steer and manage the economy. You may not be able to grow at the maximum rate if there were no shocks, but again, you would stop the economy from falling down to the depths. So the second takeaway is that good performance doesn't happen automatically. We need to have persistent good economic and political management to keep the economy moving in the right direction. And this is where we should also learn from the experience elsewhere in the world. In many Latin American countries, after the lost decade of the 1980s there, policymakers in Latin America from the left and the right coalesced around a set of pro-growth policies. They had an implicit social compact, which said that they were going to focus on a set of economic drivers that would promote growth and poverty reduction, and that this would be the case irrespective of which political persuasion was in power, whether from the left or from the right. And this is what enabled Latin America to grow and prosper in the 1990s and into the 2000s, at a time when Africa was falling behind. Norway has developed a similar political consensus around oil revenue, which has allowed this small country of a tiny population to avoid the Dutch disease. That's the phenomenon where hard currency inflows undermine the competitiveness of non-oil businesses and ultimately makes the whole economy less productive. Since 1996, Norwegian governments of every stripe have directed all oil revenues into a sovereign wealth fund that has now reached $1.2 trillion in assets. Meanwhile, Norwegians fund their government partly from this oil fund, but also by tapping the rest of the economy, paying high value added and income taxes. This country's tax to GDP ratio is one of the highest in the world at 39%, high even by the standard of rich countries. So they have not let oil divert their attention and make them lazy in terms of tapping the rest of their economy and their resources. In comparison to this 39%, our tax to GDP ratio is about 6% today, well below the 16.6 average for the 30 African countries that the OECD has in its database. It is clear that Nigeria drastically needs to expand its revenue base and its tax to GDP ratio if it's not to fall into trouble. Now, many people think the Nigerian economy is not diversified, that it depends only on oil. Let me clarify that our economy is very diversified. It has agriculture, it has manufacturing, it has services. The problem we have is that our revenue source is not diversified. We depend mainly on one source of revenue, and we don't tap the rest of the economy with the proper amount of revenue raising and taxes that we should. That has to change. This is something we had started to do when I was Minister of Finance, and we need to find a way to continue this if Nigeria is to survive. All this illustrates something all of us know. Nigeria lacks a similarly sacrosanct social compact on the economy amongst our political and business leaders and amongst the Nigerian population. We do not have a social compact in the country that dictates certain things that should be sacrosanct. Nigerians need to agree this social compact that will govern how we run our economy. We need to agree that certain macroeconomic management measures should remain in place no matter what the politics of the country is and who runs it. How we manage our exchange rate and reserves, how we save and spend, prudent management of our fiscal deficit, our debt, and vigorous action on our revenues so that we capture the benefits of our diversified economy. This should all be part of this social compact. I want to introduce this notion of a social compact on how we manage and govern our economy. Since my brother Kashim says that they have assembled a sterling team of old boys from the school to look at what we should do to make the future better, I would really like them to look at this new notion of a social compact. For a country as diversified as our own, with different political persuasions, we need to come together to have certain indicators of how economy should be governed, so that no matter who is in power, it remains secure, as they did in Latin America. This is the only way we can assure that when good work is started under one regime or one government, it continues into the future and is not put aside because a new government is in place. Let me say that if we do this, we have so much to build on. We have so much that can assure Nigeria a robust future. But we have to act now so that we are not left behind. The future of the world is moving away from, for instance, from fossil fuels at a pace much faster than any of us dreamt. Countries are banning fossil fuel-powered vehicles, that is, vehicles powered by petrol. Some have already said, like part of the US in California, there'll be no such cars from 2030. Norway, other Scandinavian countries are banning this. And I know this is the way the world will go. We need ourselves to argue for a transition period where we can still use our gas to provide an energy source for our industry and our households and businesses. At the same time we are doing this, we need to convert our gas to other value-added products much needed by the world, such as we see that Aliko Dangote in Dorama and others are doing, turning fertilizers and other products out from gas. So we need to work quickly to try and figure out how we are going to turn a fundamentally gas-based economy into a value-added economy using some of the products of this natural resource. The world currently confronts what has been called a poly crisis. That is simultaneously compounding crises in the economy, the environment, food systems, public health, and international security. Nigeria, like other countries, is grappling with these crises. But I want to say that in the face of all these shocks, there are also opportunities. We have to ask ourselves, what are these opportunities that are emerging from the crisis, which we ourselves could seize? In what areas do we have a comparative advantage that can help us not only to navigate the crisis, but to cruise forward? One of the big opportunities coming from the ongoing reorganization of global manufacturing and production networks is a bid to diversify these networks. Even before the pandemic, companies were starting to shift labor-intensive manufacturing out of China and other East Asian countries, where it's heavily concentrated, motivated by concerns such as rising wage pressures and a desire to diversify risks. The supply chain vulnerabilities exposed by the pandemic and the war in Ukraine, as well as by extreme weather events, have accelerated this process. We have all been reminded of the importance of supply resilience, and deeper supplier networks with more deconcentrated production contributes to this goal. Semiconductors might be getting most of the headlines these days, as a few governments threw billions of dollars to attract them to their countries, to reshore them. But it is now beyond any doubt that we have to diversify other industries internationally. For example, the pharmaceuticals industry, vaccine manufacturing, as well as other consumer and producer goods. Sectors like renewables, especially solar panels, wind power, and other goods are also primed for more deconcentrated production. There is absolutely no reason why Nigeria cannot follow in the footsteps of Bangladesh, Laos, Ethiopia, and Morocco to attract value chain investment in these and other sectors. There is no reason that Nigeria cannot become a hub for African value chains, leveraging the African continental free trade area with its unified market of 1.4 billion people. There is no reason that we cannot use our large home market. President Obasanjo referred to 225 million people, which is a huge resource, to encourage more domestic and international investors to add value to our own products on our own soil, and to build on the comparative advantages we have in the hydrocarbons field, in agriculture, in textiles, and in consumer products. The question is anybody in Nigeria thinking about all this? Is anyone making a plan to attract supply chain investors looking for new locations? I was in a meeting the other day where I saw the investment minister from Saudi Arabia lay out a complete plan for how Saudi Arabia is to attract these new value chains that are looking for a home outside of China to come to Saudi Arabia. Will we sit by whilst other countries on the continent like Rwanda, Senegal, Ghana, to name a few, Cote d'Ivoire, attract these value chains, and we don't succeed in attracting any ourselves. Is anybody making plans about how to lay the infrastructure and ensure the good logistics and the lessened bureaucracy, the good connectivity that will allow these companies to locate in Nigeria? Do we have a strategy to lower trade costs, which are 1.5 times higher in Nigeria than in high-income countries? I have argued in the past that Nigeria should aim to raise the share of its intra-African trade from 19% to at least 25% within the decade, and to triple its share of world trade from a low 0.33% to 1%, which is still a low number, within the next decade as well. But all these targets don't mean anything without plans and without action. Nnamdi Azikiwe used to say, and I quote, "There's plenty of room at the top because very few people care to travel beyond the average route, and most seem satisfied to remain within the confines of mediocrity," close quote. Let me stretch this phrase and say that I'm convinced there's room for Nigeria at the top of global production networks. But politicians, policymakers, and our business people need to break out of their habitual way of doing things if we are going to get there. In addition to opportunities emerging from the world's crisis, we also have other growth opportunities right here at home that we can take advantage of to grow our economy and conquer Africa and the world. From where I sit in a global institution, I see that the future of world trade is not really in goods, but it's in services. It is digital and it is green. With all its entrepreneurial talent, Nigeria can and should seize the space in services and digital. Our people are already doing so without waiting for government. What government should be asking itself is, how do we make it easier for those who are doing this? How do we support these sectors so they can grow and thrive? Take the creative industries that California is built on. If California were a country, it would be the 5th largest country in the world with a GDP of 3.2 trillion. And 25% of that GDP is built on creative industries. 4 days ago in New York, I was in a meeting with Governor Gavin Newsom of California, and he told us how his state is striving to become the 4th largest economy in the world. Nigeria is gifted and great with creative industries. And we should take it seriously because it helps to create millions of jobs all over the world and can do the same for us. We know about Nollywood and the new generation of Nigerian musicians, writers, and fashion designers taking the world by storm. The creative industries can create us thousands of jobs, millions, which is what Nigeria needs for its burgeoning youth population. But we don't have an organized approach to our creative industries. We need to make it easier for people elsewhere in Africa, around the world, to dress like us because they want to watch our movies because they want to eat our food and dance to our music. We need a strategy to help our creative industries expand regionally and globally. I know that regionally because I see it and hear it every day. The market is ours if we care to make a strategy to seize it. What about our financial services industry? It's already expanding on its own regionally and globally. Our banking industry is probably the most versatile on the continent. Access Bank, UBA, Zenith have expanded over Africa and the world. But do we have a strategy to support them to expand further on the continent, for instance? Do we ourselves have a strategy to become the financial services hub for Africa? Next is technology and digital. It was under President Obasanjo that we liberalized the telecommunications sector, and the rest is now history, with one of our very own brands, Glo, expanding regionally. Its beautiful ad campaigns are a standout in Africa and the world. We have young technology entrepreneurs like Flutterwave and Paystack, and others already making a place for themselves and attracting venture capital investment from outside. We have the potential to do so much more because our young people are increasingly digitally savvy. Again, the question to me is, do we have a strategy to support and nurture the tech and digital services industry so they can help drive Nigeria into the 21st century? There's an urgency behind my questions on strategy. From my global vantage point, I see where the opportunities lie, and I've named some of them now and for the future. With 2/3 of our population under 30 and 50% under 18 years of age, demographics are in our favor if we educate and skill our young people and try to keep them at home by offering an attractive economic environment and an attractive country. But if we allow them all to migrate, and I just saw a number today from the Federal Medical Center, someone saying that out of 75 doctors they employ, 25 have left to travel abroad. If we have this kind of thing where our youth do not see a future in their country, but are migrating to Canada, elsewhere, anywhere they can find, then we will not be able to take advantage of these demographics, which is in our favor. Societies everywhere are aging, in Europe, in Japan, even in China. We can seize the advantage of skilled labor and cheaper labor to help drive our economy. But we need a plan and a strategy to do so. That strategy involves skills, schools that work, girls and boys that are educated. If we don't do that, we're going to end up with a young population doing quite the opposite, which is what we're seeing now, going into areas that are detrimental to the future of the country and the economy. We need to change this desperately, quickly, and swiftly. If we do this, we have a strong future in Africa and in the global economy. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, to me, and you may say I'm a foolish optimist, the future is truly bright for the Nigeria I love and I dream about. It is bright if we have the courage to seize that future. But it can only happen if we build a stronger governance system. We need to choose leadership wisely when the opportunity presents itself. We should look at facts, figures, and numbers and refrain from being overtaken by propaganda. We need to ensure that we build strong foundations of security, sound economic management, skilling of our youth. We need that social compact that I talked about, and we need our trained people and our leaders to try and drive this social compact. I'm giving the King's College old boys with all their brains some homework. Try to figure out how we are going to get our leaders to accept a social compact so that no matter who comes into power politically, we are driving the economy with certain fundamentals, a certain style of economic management that will carry us into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. We didn't expect anything less from you. Your presentation on the economy, what we should be doing to attain the economy of our dreams, was most enlightening. It delved into your stewardship when you were a finance minister, both under President Olusegun Obasanjo and President Goodluck Jonathan. But first and foremost, you started out by giving an audience what your own dream is for Nigeria. And I don't think any of us could argue with it. You said you like a country where we have access, or most Nigerians, if not all Nigerians, have access to something as basic as potable water. You also said you would like to have, for all Nigerians to have access to universal healthcare. And you also said the Nigeria of your dreams is one where Nigerian universities are not to strike for several months at a time. It's also a place where youths are gainfully employed and technologically savvy. Now, so the next question you ask is, can Nigeria provide these basics? And the answer is definitely yes, because there was a time we had episodes in our history of high economic growth and improvements in access to some of these basic needs. You went on to reel out the performance of the economy when you were finance minister under President Olusegun Obasanjo from 1999 to 2007, and you did likewise with Goodluck Jonathan, despite the global economic crisis that ensued from the global financial meltdown. And the key takeaways from the numbers presented were that it shows that we can grow. You also went on to say that good performance does not happen automatically, and we need good policymakers and managers of the economy. You talked about the Latin American model, whereby leaders in those countries identified a number of key economic indicators which they prioritized, irrespective of party or ideological affiliations. Essentially, by using the Latin American example, you highlighted the same argument or the same presentation by President Olusegun Obasanjo, who harped on implementing the right policies and sticking to them, irrespective of change of government. You also spoke about the poly crisis, a crisis involving the economy, environment, and food systems. And Nigeria, as many other countries, is involved in this crisis. But irrespective, there are opportunities that Nigerian people and its leadership can capitalize on through the value chains. You challenged Nigeria and its leadership. You concluded by saying that the future is bright, but it can only happen when, among other issues, we have the right governance systems and choose the right type of leadership.
Thank you very much, Ijowa. Thank you also, my sister Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. Each time I listen to her speak, one word comes to my mind, and that word is brilliant. President Olusegun Obasanjo will be leaving us at this stage. He has graciously given us more than 2 hours of his time. Just as he leaves, one moment, Baba, just as he leaves, we'll have a presentation, sir. Baba, we'll have a presentation for you, sir. We have a presentation. This one? Do it in the center. We'll do it in the center. We have a small presentation for President Olusegun Obasanjo. Some moments ago, he confided in me that he has one small unfulfilled aspiration, and that is the fact that he was not opportuned to have attended King's College, Lagos. The chairman of the Board of Trustees and all the members of the Board of Trustees, the ESCO of King's College, Lagos, with gratitude in appreciation for services that President Olusegun Obasanjo has rendered Nigeria, have found him fit and proper to be conferred with membership of King's College, Lagos. So we'll be investing him as a member of the King's College All Boys Association. May I invite Yusuf Sultan? Where are you? Come quickly. Yusuf Sultan to do the Iwi Ilu to the Balogo of Owu. Come quickly. Where are you?
Ẹ káàsán, mo kí gbogbo ìyá mi àti bàbá mi níkàlẹ̀. Èmi ọmọ yín Àjàní Akéwì ló tún dé. Ọmọ Ìbàdàn ni mí. Mo fẹ́ kí bàá mi níkàlẹ̀. Bàá mi olórí ogun, balógun ewu, balógun owu, ẹbọra owu. Bàá mi Matthew Àrẹ̀mú, ọmọ Àṣàbí, Òkìkíọlá Olúṣẹ́gun ọmọ Ọbásanjọ́. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sáàárín wa. Ọmọ ológun ò dúró. Okay. I should continue. Ọmọ ológun ò dúró. Ọmọ Ajíbọ́sìn ọmọ Ẹ̀pẹ́ Ọ̀já. Ọmọ Òpóǹtorò Òlòwú. Ará Òwú kí n ránró o. Àwí mẹ́nu kúrò ń tòwú. Ọmọ Àjírí, ọmọ Àjìyìn, ọmọ Àjíìlà ńlá ẹ̀ṣọ́. Ọmọ Òpóǹtorò Òlòwú. Ọmọ Ajíbọ́sìn ọmọ Ẹ̀pẹ́ Ọ̀já. Ọmọ Àjílá, ọmọ Akíntóyè, ọmọ Agbérétoyí, ọmọ Òdùdù, ọmọ Ọ̀dẹ̀dẹ̀, ọmọ Ọ̀gẹ̀gẹ̀, ọmọ Orí Ìrókò, ọmọ Alágbálá, ọmọ Láròwọ́n, ọmọ Ajíbọ́sìn, ọmọ Ẹ̀gbá, ọmọ Ọ̀gá, ọmọ Òwú o, ọmọ Òwú. Ah, good. Tired.
King's College. Visiting King's College to me every time is like journeying to hallowed ground. On Monday, the 20th of September, 1909, the first assembly of King's College was held on these very grounds on which I sit. The assembly was led by Mr. Lomax, who had hurriedly been transferred from the survey department to head the then King's School because the principal, Mr. Dunlop, who had been appointed by the British Colonial Office, had taken ill and was unable to make the trip from the United Kingdom to Nigeria. So Mr. Lomax led the first assembly. Later on in the year, Mr. Hyde Johnson, who was appointed to replace Mr. Dunlop, became the principal of King's College.
Yes.
School is named after him. One of the houses of the school is named after him.
Sit down there.
Memory of his premiership.
We're going to resume the colloquium. So, as we all know, His Excellency, the Governor of Ondo State, Chief Rotimi Akeredolu, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, could not be with us because he's bereaved. So we'll move on to the next speaker, who is Mr. Olisa Abakoba, also Senior Advocate of Nigeria and former President of Nigeria Bar Association. He'll be talking to us about our current structure of government and federation, and that will help us to build the Nigeria of our dreams. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm not going to speak for long, but I'm going to depart from President Obasanjo and Ngozi. And the reason why is all of what Ngozi says is utopian. We're in Nigeria. We're about to go into politics, general elections in 2023. We know the state of the parties. We know the shenanigans. So are you suggesting to me that the state of our political parties are the ones that are likely to implement this? Well, it's not possible. So let's not deceive ourselves. Unless we identify why have we been in this? Why do we always discuss the same issue about Nigeria and its fundamental problems? I think President Obasanjo, in his very thought-provoking speech, referred to a very important point, which he defined as the national identity, to which I will add that national identity is absolutely fractured. And that's why we have all the insurrections, all the wars. Nigeria is graded as a country in low-grade civil war. Governor Soludo pointed to part of the problem. He once told me that he visited a site where there was a bungalow. And later, that bungalow was broken down and a 20-story building was erected. But that the engineers came back to him and said, the property has a fundamental structural crack. So the issue was, what do? Do we just chuck it with cement and keep it going? This is Nigeria. Nigeria has been built on the foundations of a bungalow. It is going to go nowhere until we address that fractured problem. The solution that Professor Mwabeze has always suggested in a lot of his writings is simple, which the late Bola Ige also echoed. Bola Ige asked two pertinent questions. One, do we wish to be together? I'm married 43 years now. And the only reason the marriage is surviving, it's not based on the certificate. It's not based on the constitution of my marriage. It's based on a relationship. It's the relationship I have with my wife that drives the marriage, that has made it successful, that has produced 9 grandchildren. Nigeria is cracked. And Bola Ige's question has not been answered. Are we really one? Why do you think I would like to stay with you, Ijoma? Why? This was imposed. Have we had a conversation to say, what nature of marriage do we want? If we don't have it, I'm sorry, we're going to go from one problem to the other. So I suggest what Professor Mwabeze suggested. All the national conferences, and that's why I wish to have put that question to President Obasanjo, has never included the right people. Professor Soyinka wondered when all this issue of Bakassi was raging, Cameroon or Nigeria, go to the World Court. He said, why don't you simply ask them? So who's asking us? we cannot deny that we have strong ethno-national groups in Nigeria. So Professor Nwabeze has always wondered in his writings, why is it that of the 6 political conferences that led to disastrous national conferences, why was I invited to the 2014? I represent nobody. Why can't we have a conference that is made up of the owners of Nigeria? The Nigerian Bar Association does not own Nigeria. The Medical Association does not own. Arewa does, Ohane does, Afenifere does. Why have we excluded these vital ethnic nationalities? They are the ones who would say whether or not we want Nigeria. We can't force Nigeria by Abuja. We can't force Nigeria by having elections that will be rigged, that will be unfair, and somebody will emerge. Now, the person who will emerge, you suggest that that person will be able to implement what Ngozi has so eloquently demonstrated. I don't think so. So my point is, if we want Nigeria to succeed, we must address the fundamental crack in our identity. When we're able to resolve that crack, then the point that President Obasanjo made will be obvious. We shall all be proud to carry the Nigerian identity. Now, few of us are, because I get nothing. I don't know about you gentlemen, but since I was born in 1953, the Nigerian state has not given me a dime, either in terms of material things or support. So why would I have that love for Nigeria? How does it come? By just saying to me, here's a Nigerian passport. You have not done anything for me. Nothing. I challenge the Nigerian state to say what it has done for our people. So the problem we have, indeed, is the political elite. It is in the interest of the political elite, whether it's APC, PDP, ABGA, any of them, to exclude the majority of Nigerians, because it's not in the interest of the political elite to diminish their powers. There must be a contestation. I have no answer how we can have that conference or that discussion. But my short intervention is to say, we have been to a lot of conferences, and I salute King's College for putting this together, but it's time for us to really face the real question that we will never come out of this if we do not interrogate what Professor Chino Achebe said in his book, Trouble with Nigeria, which you all remember. And he said the trouble with Nigeria is a failure of leadership. And if leadership fails, like President Obasanjo said, a government that does not know what to do can deliver nothing. So I don't know how many of us really can claim, we may lie about it, but I don't know how many of us can really claim that we're fired up to be a Nigerian soldier. How many of us are fired up? If you ask me to be a Nigerian soldier, I am not going to be a Nigerian soldier. Because when I go to the front, the generals will take all the money and I'll be stranded in the war front and my family will be suffering. And if I die, even the benefits I should get will be deprived of my family. So there's no reason to go. The reason that Americans and the British stand up for their nation is because they know the nation's got their back. Does Nigeria have my back? And when I speak about me, I talk about people, not you guys sitting here. Go to Morocco, go to Makoko, go to Apapa, then you will see the real Nigerians. You guys are not the real Nigerians. So you don't speak for Nigerians. You want to get people motivated to be Nigerians, then you must include them in the discussion. You have to include them. And that is our problem. We must reach out to Nigerians. And it is only by reaching out to Nigerians that we can we can get them to buy into the national identity. Then people will be proud. And we can't fight this thing by force. You can't fight. Do you know, Bishop Kuka was telling me, one way to immobilize Boko Haram is good governance. If Boko Haram gets up in the morning, their leadership, and the local government chairman gets up, but the people in the area know that Boko Haram will give them 200 naira for feeding, you think they will go to the local government man? They're not going to. Look at what Nnamdi Kanu is doing. Very, very cunningly. He's taking advantage of the large issues in Nigeria. He's taking advantage. No, but I don't think that what he's doing is generally supported by the Igbo intelligentsia. But he understands how he has seen a gap. He's seen a gap and he's gone into that gap. And that's why there's a problem. You need for us to converse with ordinary Nigerians. And to converse with ordinary Nigerians is to identify their leaders. Unless they come into this discussion, I'm afraid that in 2023, which will be the fourth election I've seen since 1999, it'll just be somebody else will win, and then we'll go on to 2027, at which point we might now become the elders. These elders there may now be moving on and on. And then you ask, why is it that since 1960, every 4 years we have elections, but nothing changes? My point is that we have to find new answers to our problems. There's got to be new answers because the answers we have applied hasn't worked. So I really strongly suggest we look into what Professor Mwabeze has said. Bring Nigerians into the conversation. Why is it that we shut the door against Nigerians? What's the reason? Bring them in. An illustration of how this will work is, why is it that the same Nigerians that have no faith in their country, and I can tell you 90% of Nigerians have no interest in Nigeria. They're here because there's no other choice. But why is it that the same Nigerians have faith in the football team? What is the football team doing that our political elite are not doing? If we can look at that clearly, maybe we'll find answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you. At least you did not try to, you gave us the stark reality of Nigeria without papering over the cracks. And in so doing, you departed from the two speakers before you, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo and Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. And you went on to say that Nigeria, the problem Nigeria is fractured is because it's standing on the fractured bungalow. And therefore Nigeria is cracked. And you told us that we have had several conversations to determine the nature of our marriage, but the marriage we want. But we cannot deny the fact that we have strong ethno-religious groups in this country, and that these strong ethno-religious groups are the actual owners of Nigeria. So you suggested that we invite the owners of this Nigeria, that is the Afeniferes, the Arewas, the Ijaw groups, and Ohanese, so among others, to come and discuss and determine if we want to continue to coexist, You also identified the political problems, the politicians as part of our problems, because they have excluded the majority of Nigerians. And you also asked that we ask the real question, if we fail to interrogate the real question, and we should not fail to interrogate the real question, which, as Chino Achabe said, is the trouble with Nigeria. You also agreed that good governance, in spite of your departure from Obasanjo and Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, you did agree that good governance is an essential ingredient for progress and development. So it was quite an enlightening presentation, and I hope we'll be able to give it some serious thoughts. But we shall move on to the next speaker, who is sitting right by my left. He's a well-known figure, the former Vice Chancellor of Bayero University, Kano, a political scientist, and the former chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Professor Atahiru Jega. And he'll be talking to us about education and recurring brain drain, and what the leadership selection process should be going forward.
The moderator, my co-panelists, distinguished personalities on the high table, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. As a teacher, I prefer to speak while standing, and that's why I begged the moderator to permit me to stand rather than to sit while there. I thank sincerely the King's College Alumni Association for inviting me to participate in this colloquium, Building the Nigeria of Our Dreams. And in particular, as somebody who went to school in a provincial college, to be given the opportunity for the first time to come into King's College. This is my first time, I must admit. I want to begin my contribution before I speak on the two issues I have been asked to address: the brain drain phenomenon and the issue of leadership selection in our country. I want discussion today, which is the issue of dreams, whether individual or collective dreams. When we were growing up as kids in primary and to some extent even in secondary schools, our teachers and parents used to pose the question to us: what would you like to become in life? And of course, we virtually almost instantaneously and instinctively always responded: doctor, lawyer, engineer, pilot. The more adventurous even say governor or president. Those are dreams and aspirations of young men and women growing up in a country and hoping for the best and the opportunities that can allow them to expand and achieve their potentials. However, upon reflection now, it seems to me that our impressionistic minds at that time do not take into account a couple of things. One, that achieving your dreams, your aspirations, is conditional on hard work, on resilience, on discipline, and of course, on ensuring that you give it your best. Similarly, our impressionistic minds at that time do not take into account that the extent to which we as individuals achieve our aspirations and attain our dreams is conditional on the extent to which there is a collective vision for our country, which will then enable us to pursue our own individualistic aspirations.
And that goes to the point made earlier on by some contributors, in particular, President Olusegun Obasanjo, about what appears to be the absence of a collective vision for our country, or what you can call a national dream. And it's very, very important. So when young men and women and every individual is talking about his or her dreams, if it is not in the context of a larger shared view and vision, then obviously it becomes really very, very difficult to attain. And that is why in the context of Nigeria today, yes, you can work hard, you can be disciplined, you can explore opportunities, you can use your intellectual capacity, and you can become a good engineer or a good doctor or even a good pilot. But you may not have a job. If you have a job, you may not have good working conditions. You will not have good incentives and motivations to make you actually drive the essential benefits that you have expected related to that dream that you have. So I think the fundamental point, therefore, is that we have to recognize that when we discuss about dreams, why is it that we have no collective national aspirations and defined dreams? I know some people will say if you pick the 1999 Constitution as amended, even though it has many flaws and we all would be agreed that it needs to be properly changed. But we recognize, people will say that Chapter 2 that addresses the fundamental principles and the objectives of directive principles of state policy to some extent provides some framework of what we will expect our nation to be and what we will expect government within our nation to be able to do to satisfy the needs and aspirations of our people. But this cannot be actualized unless and until you have good governance, good leaders in charge of the governance processes that can harness the resources of the country and deploy it to address the fundamental needs and aspirations of the citizens. So to my mind, and I think it's important for us to recognize this, addressing the fundamental challenges and crises that face our country presently are conditional on the effort we make to bring about substantive and remarkable improvements in the process of governance in our country, and particular in terms of getting good leaders. And when you look at even the period between 1999 to date, I think what becomes very, very clear is that there has been a remarkable decline in the quality of leaders at all tiers of governance in this country. And what is responsible for that? I will argue that it is the lack of an appropriate selection criteria and recruitment for leadership in our country. And I think unless we address these fundamental problems, all the other things we'll be talking about, how do you deal with brain drain? How do you deal with restructuring? How do you bring in relevant stakeholders to discuss about the challenges of our country in order to address these challenges? All of these, I regret to say, are unlikely to happen in the context of structures and the institutions of bad governance presided over by bad leaders. Bad leaders who have come into power through a very faulty recruitment process. So yes, I can stand here and speak, about the problems of brain drain. Yes, brain drain is a phenomenon in Nigeria. It's a serious challenge. It's a serious problem, largely because it represents an exodus of highly trained, qualified manpower that is not adding value to progress and development in our country, but that is running away, being pushed out, and also being pulled by the attractiveness of the competitive global labor market. You know, and when there is a serious crisis in the education sector, as we began to saw in this country from the period of structural adjustment, the mid-1980s, that's when we began to really see and talk about of this phenomenon of brain drain. Nigeria invested heavily to train lecturers, professors, doctors, engineers, and professionals of all kinds. But Nigeria has not invested appropriately in terms of how to motivate them to do their best, in terms of how to attract other good people to come into these systems and the institutions, and also in terms of even how to retain those who are already there. And because of this, obviously, you train somebody to be a good scientist, he is poorly paid, and he is not provided with the working environment that can enable him to develop his potentials further. With little attraction, they will easily leave because the environment is already pushing them out. So that's the phenomenon of brain drain. How do you solve it? You know, you cannot solve it when you have people in positions of power who do not appreciate the value of knowledge or education, who do not invest in education, and who actually, as President Obasanjo said, President Obasanjo earlier said, who are leaders but who have no knowledge, you know, and who are only using their instincts that are in general driven by primordial sentiments. So that is what we face in this country presently. So in my contribution, and I have a paper written, I'm not going to read it, I say that we have to pay attention. It is very, very important, and we have ignored to do so for so long. We have to begin to discuss how to improve the leadership selection and the recruitment processes in our country. Politics is not just for everybody. The politics is about people's lives. It's about matters of existence and livelihood. And we cannot just allow a situation in which every Dick, Jack, and Harry who has money, who can mobilize religion and ethnicity, and who has patrons that he is a client to, would simply be brought into the political process and assume positions of leadership and responsibility. Such people will never move this country forward. In fact, they will keep on dragging us down, if not destroying our country. So what specifically is the leadership recruitment criteria in Nigeria presently? Very, very simple. You know, to be a politician, and not only to be a politician, in particular, to contest for public office and get elected into a public position of responsibility, you must either have money and use it, or you must have a so-called godfather, or you must have a money bag behind you. And these are people who can mobilize resources for you if you don't have, who can mobilize ethnic and religious primordial identities for you to win. And there are also people who can, by hook or by crook, make sure you become elected. So it's very, very important. So long as this continues, then a very narrow cycle of elites can ever get into politics and can ever get elected into public positions. So these people, given these criteria that enables them to access power and to become public office holders, obviously the same criteria requires that the money they invest, they have to recoup the investment. It also requires that their godfathers and their money bags who have supported them have to recoup their investment. So even with the best of intention, many people who get elected through this process fail to deliver on the promises that they have made in terms of good governance, in terms of addressing the fundamental needs and aspirations of the people, and in terms of moving this country forward. And the more this continues, obviously, the more the danger remains imminent, not about unity and stability that we have to make, that this criteria for leadership selection has to change. And it can only change if we devote our energies and attention to actually engagement in politics. Because what has happened is, I'm sorry to use the word, bad people dominated the political terrain, and the bad tendency becomes the dominant tendency, then even people with little respectability think that politics is dirty. We won't go in there because we are going to dirty our hands or soil ourselves. And at best, many good people who could do well in terms of improving the governance framework will sit on the side and become onlookers. And so long as this tendency continues, then obviously, again, the bad people who have dominated politics will continue to have a field day. So it's very, very important we begin to interrogate the question. From 1999 to date, governance has become progressively worse to a situation that we are currently in Nigeria. We used to call one government clueless. I don't know what we will call what is happening presently in this country. Nothing seems to be happening. There is tremendous inertia. There is tremendous lack of responsibility in governance and responsiveness to the needs and aspirations of the people. No country can survive if it continues to be bedeviled by that kind of recruited or selected or imposed or even installed leaders, because they would be driven either by self-serving objectives or by primordial sentiments and identities rather than collective interests of progress and development in our country. So I insist that it is very, very important that we recognize that within the limited scope that we have of electoral democracy, as imperfect as it is presently, it will continue to get worse unless we all become actively involved as elite, and we also mobilize other citizens who are increasingly withdrawing from the sphere of politics. Many people are so busy with how to survive on a day-to-day basis that they think that even if they register and come out to vote, the outcome is predictable, and therefore choose to remain away. And if they remain away, and some of us, the elite, who understand some of these challenges, still keep away, then obviously the problems will only become ramified and magnified. So we have to pay attention to the leadership recruitment process. The most important issues in getting good leaders who can preside over a good governance process has to do with competence, has to do with capacity and ability, has to do with integrity, has to do with experience and exposure and a broader intellectual horizon. These fundamental issues do not seem to be factored in the current dominant criteria for leadership selection in our country. So that's why you can't have people to get into government and not think just about their particularistic interest or the pursuit of self-serving or primordial objectives. So my clarion call is that all of us have a responsibility to become involved, to address the faulty leadership recruitment process. Otherwise, we will continue to have our challenges magnified, and that will be terrible for the future of this country. And the young people in particular The young people in particular need to become actively involved. It's very, very important, you know, because as again, some contributors have pointed out, we have allowed a situation in which not only are the young people disgruntled and marginalized from the political process, but they are also looking for exits into many other modes of livelihood, mostly criminally inspired. So young people need to be mobilized, need to be engaged into the political and the electoral processes. We need a situation where those who are able should be encouraged to become members of political parties. Choose whatever political party you want to belong. But being in a political party gives you the opportunity to also be active and to contribute to the reform process within the political parties. But beyond that, every citizen has a right to participate in the electoral process. And the participation in the electoral process has to be linked to the objective of getting good people with integrity into the governance sphere so that the benefits of good governance will then help in addressing the fundamental needs and aspirations of our citizens. So basically, that is my simple message. I'm sure this paper will be circulated, and I hope we will learn from it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Tahiru Jega. Who better to speak about the challenges, the inherent challenges in the leadership selection process than somebody who once was in charge, who was once the electoral umpire, because he must have been exposed to some of the processes adopted by parties and politicians in their selection process, and it must have been mind-boggling. He also harped on the need for us to understand that essentially the political class has essentially, will I say, seized the process and is keeping out the youth from being involved. And this has to change because everybody must get involved in improving the leadership selection process, and ensure that the caliber of people who will put in governance to lead us have integrity, have knowledge, have the capacity and know-how to be able to lead us in the direction that we desire. So with that, we thank you, Dr. Ojega, for your insightful presentation, and I hope you'll be able to leave your paper for us at the King's College Old Boys Association. Will be able to okay. So without further ado, we would also like to invite the chairman of the Board of Trustees of the King's College Old Boys Association, Dr. Philip Asiodu, to come and make his brief remarks.
All right. Well, President of King's College Old Boys Association, members of the Board of Trustees, members of the Executive Council, our distinguished panelists, and present boys of King's College. Well, I wasn't told I would be making some remarks, but I'm glad, and I thank the president and the moderator for asking me to speak. I'm only sorry that Mr. Olisa Agbakoba and President Olusegun Obasanjo, ex-president Olusegun Obasanjo, are not here because I would make one or two remarks which may be contrary to some of the points they made. Now, I must say that when you see a subject like this, building the Nigeria of our dreams, and asking people like me to speak, it's very saddening because one knew what progress. It doesn't matter how Nigerians were put together, but there is a great opportunity and a great challenge. People like us, when we were growing up in King's College before then, grew up reading Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe's Renascent Africa, African Renaissance, in which he was hoping, predicting that Nigeria will be at the vanguard of African Renaissance. And I remember when there was the surprise general strike of 1945. Well, not many of you were around then, but doesn't really matter. I was in Standard 5 then, and there was West African Pilot, and I would be reading it to all the cooks and stewards around, and they would be electrified with what was being said, because those were the days the struggle was on for Nigerian independence. Now, Mr. Agbakova said that we were built on a fundamentally flawed foundation because, according to him, we are not yet inviting the Afeniferes and the Nnamdi Kanus and the whoever else to come and participate to discuss whether we want Nigeria. Now, when you go back, and he said that the Chinese were now leading the yellow race. And when you consider that in China, there are 1.4 billion people of different races, different languages, different ethnic groups, but they are now a great and leading country. You take the case of India, and India is 1.2 billion people. They not only have Black Indians and purely white Indians, they also have caste system, but yet they are now evolved into an Indian nation. And there was a time much of India was ruled by Muslims under the Mughal Empire, but the majority, like of today, were Hindus, yet India is there. So what makes it so difficult for Nigerians to evolve? And then, even that apart, in the Middle Ages, in England, somebody would invite an earl of somewhere else to dinner, become annoyed, he would cut off his head, send it to his wife. Even Britain was not united then, but today, it's a united kingdom. And what was the dream of people like Zeke? That Nigeria, with the accident, if you like, of Pax Britannica, so many Black people. We have 225 million people, according to President Obasanjo, which is true. We are Black. We are blessed with enormous resources. In fact, and we also have a unique geographical position. You consider the Asians have to go 11,000 miles, whether through Cape of Good Hope or Suez Canal, to the markets of Europe and Eastern United States. We are just 3,500 miles. And so we have such enormous opportunity, arable lands, minerals, basic, precious, coastal, sea-based, and all that. We should be the #1 outsourcing point if we got our acts together. And if you imagine that after the Civil War, the economy of this country was growing at 11.5% per annum from 1970 to 75. At 10% per annum, an economy, a capital doubles compound interest. So you imagine, and at that time, our per capita income was ahead of China, ahead of the Koreas, ahead of India. See where we are today. Now, so what I'm saying is that, in fact, if you look at the 1970-74 plan, there was a beginning of an outlining of a vision. Strong and united country, democratic, secular state, etc. And Africa's largest economy, etc. These have been developed in the latest constitutions, the directive principles, the ethics read out to us. And Professor Jega has emphasized the question of leadership. Now, if I will tell you, because you were not around then, in 1938, when there was a split in the Nigerian youth movement, that was the only political party at that time, but it didn't extend beyond Lagos. The Executive Council was dominated by Lagosians, but they had people like H.O. Davis, Dr. Azikiwe, Awolowo, Akinsanya as members. And Abayomi Sakofo was their chair president. He decided to go and specialize in ophthalmology. So he resigned. And when he resigned, according to their constitution then, maybe the vice president should act. But the Lagosians, led by the father of one of my mates, Gomez, said, Ijabuke ni Louis, Ijabuman, to be leader of action group, to be leader of youth movement, Otio. And so there was a split. But what I want to tell you is that in that split, Zik supported Akinsanya, the Odemo who became the Odemo of Ishara. Awolowo, who I think it connected to Ishara is about 10 kilometers only, supported the Lagos candidate. But who was the Lagosian candidate? It was not a Yoruba man. It was Ernest Ikoli from Bayelsa. But in those days, if you ask, even today, you ask a Lagosian, who is a Lagosian, he will tell you, Amarawa, we know ourselves. So as far as they were concerned, Ikoli went to King's College, like you all are privileged to be in, was with the Fanikayo days. As far as they were concerned, he was a Lagosian, preferable to Abu. That was evolving Nigeria, And so when we now came down to the Civil War and all that, believe it or not, we're talking about insecurity today. But let Ahmed Jordan and myself, one day we were tired of the delays in taking decisions in Lagos. we decided we were going to rest in Yankari. And we flew to Jos. We didn't want to go to the government house and sign any book. And we went to NASCO. There were people making biscuits in Kano. And asked them, in Jos, asked them for a car. So they lent us one Fiat convertible. I drove, just Jordan and myself, we drove to Yankari. We had not sat down for more than 45 minutes. The provincial secretary was there. Asked her, what do you people think you're doing? You came, you didn't let us know. Because in those days, without corruption, security votes filtered down. Even the sergeant can entertain people in the marketplace, drink pito or whatever they drank in those days, you know? And so anybody who came to the province, within 24 hours, the provincial secretary will know. If he was a mischief maker, he'll be dealt with. So security, but there we were driving, drove also to Jalingo. That's during the Civil War. Today, I can't even drive to Ikeja myself, you know? So it was not always like this. And as I told you, after the Civil War, economy was growing. If we had continued at that rate, we would be first world today. Despite that, we also had the plans which General Obasanjo referred to. And the first priority was agro-allied industries, in industrial chapter. There was to be universal basic education. You all went to King's College, and the stanza there of our songs, though of many nations, we will not forget. We are all brothers with a common debt. Let us pay by giving service to the living, honor to the dead. And how many of you amongst your classmates remember this man is from that tribe, that man is from that tribe? I don't know if you do, but that was not so. So if we had continued with that plan, by 1985 or 1995, there'll be no illiterate in Nigeria. We would also have had the same education. When you ask an ordinary man, what does he want? He wants shelter, he wants food, he wants education for his children, and hoping they will be better. If somebody gives you that, are you going to say, I won't take it because it's from that tribe? So really, that preaching that because we are different ethnic groups, we must have an ethnic conversation, whether I want to remain in Nigeria. No, God has blessed us, put us by accident in this population, and we should do for the Black man what we had hoped we would have achieved for the Black man before the turn of last century. That is what the Japanese did for the yellow man under the Meiji Revolution, a century earlier. Before then, Black people, yellow people were treated like us. If there was a boss, they had to be second or third class. The white man was in this thing. Even the white people forced them, imposed an opium war on them because they wanted to be taking opium from China, and so forth and so on. So this idea that we cannot be one, I think we should set it aside and emphasize the question of leadership. I will tell you one more story before I leave you. You know, I was an aspirant, so-called, presidential aspirant, in 1998. And against all the rules, the man who was sitting here, General Obasanjo, He didn't carry his word, he didn't carry his date. By PDP constitution, he should not have become a candidate. But the military, were for him, and they wanted one of them to succeed. The NPN were for Equipment. They wanted Equipment, We thought we technocrats, when the two people have fought themselves to a standstill, they will fall back on the technocrats. And I entered the race because they were not discussing issues. And to make you laugh, we went to Jos. I think it was to start at 10 o'clock. The final vote for 12 o'clock, 2 o'clock, no business. 6:30 in the evening, some went for prayers. They knew there was no diesel for the generator. Some had these long torches, which they said, on another occasion, I tell you these long torches, but the worst part of it was that after prayers now, it was dark. We were now going to start. You knew there would be no electricity or it would fade off. And I saw from people being held their thumbs, because otherwise they wouldn't know where to put the thumb. They were not the people we had addressed the day before. One other thing, when we got there at 10 in the morning, I saw ambulances. So I thought these people were anticipating people may collapse. These were starting that early. I didn't know the ambulances contained Ghana Must Go. And the Ghana Must Go contained cash. And some 2 banks were open. I don't want to mention their names.
Okay, thank you.
But the point is that we then made speeches. Some people like my speech, but they said when it came to distributing money, like a civil servant, I brought out a wallet. Didn't I see Ghana Must Go? Now you have confirmed this is still continuing. So I really believe that the future is not that bleak. Before COVID, some of us elders were consulting, hoping to find a group of younger people. By younger people, I mean 25 to 65.
Yeah.
So don't rule yourselves out.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Younger people. Yeah?
We have.
So you have to go. You have to go. But what I wanted to tell you is that they said ex-aspirants automatically belong to the board of trustees. At the board of trustees meeting, I told them PDP was not a party. And this is the whole point. And that there was no party in Nigeria. We still don't have. We must have a party with a long-term program. And we were hoping that we'll get younger people, even if we supported them. They must unite against a long-term program. 20 to 25 years, move us to first world and global significance. And when you've gone to the same schools, played the same game, this tribe business would disintegrate. And by the time you are earning $10,000 per capita, nobody will tell you how many children to have, how to clean your compound. Automatically you do this thing. So there is hope. So what we have to do is to hope that God will again pull us back from the brink in which we are. Brink of disintegration, anarchy, and genocide. Pull us back from it. Shock some of these front runners in the next elections. And let us begin the transition of a younger group of people with a long-term program which can be achieved. Take Nigeria first world to first world restore respect for the Black man, which we lost with the imposition of the Atlantic Age. And so I believe in a renaissance Nigeria. We will start, I'm not unhopeful, and we will also help to restore Black respect. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Asildu. As usual, you gave us considerable insights as giving your longevity in Nigerian in the Nigerian system, which a lot of people here, especially the youth here, would not have known. So thank you very much for the insight you provided. We will now be inviting the Chairman Governing Council of the University of Benin and a past president and member of the Board of Trustees of King's College Old Boys Association, Ologun and Sonny Kuku, to also make his very, very brief remarks.
Mr. President of the Association, Chairman, Board of Trustees, PKC, distinguished old boys. I was going to start sounding like Martin Luther King. I start saying, I have a dream. I have a dream of Nigeria where everybody will live a beautiful life, have social security, have education, have health, security, and need to be patriotic. I think those dreams don't even need to be written down. It is what everybody should have. I think these various speakers today have actually hit it on the head. Number one, even in the private, in companies, the most successful companies are companies that have good governance. And if we put that as number one, proper governance and leadership, and how to get that, that would be a way to have proper dream for Nigeria. If we have the right people who love Nigeria and find a way in which people can get into government without being supported by godfathers, without Ghana must go, and we have a system where there is a national conference and we set out the vision of the country, then we'll be in business. So I think a question of governance and leadership is the dream that we should conjure, and that should be that. As for whether Nigeria should be together or not, I think that the older you are, the more you want Nigeria to be together. I cannot see a country that has potential of 250 million people. A country that has all the potentials that any country would love. We have youth, we have intelligentsia, and then we go and fracture ourselves, break ourselves up. Europe is coming together. America is coming together. Even our Okonjo-Iweala is working in a place where trade wants to be united and we want to be fractured. Now, when we have, say, I'm a Yoruba person, if we have a Yoruba state, we will then start talking about federation of Ijebus. Ijebus will be working against the Ekitis, and it will simmer down. I think the country will do much better as one. The only thing that we need to do is to have good governance and ensure that people are well put together. So, Mr. Adatowa is correct in some ways, talking about fractured country. I don't think he means that the people in those good old days did not build a good foundation. They actually did. But somehow, the true federalism that we used to have 4 regions who had independent laws, who were obeying federal government by putting maybe 50% of the revenue into federal government, and had their own state police, had their own judiciary, had their own appeal court, and so on. And then together they formed something in the center. At that point in time, Ahmadu Bello was more content to be premier of the North rather than being prime minister in the South, in the capital. We have so much potential. What we want to do is to have a situation where we have put together a beautiful situation where we have proper security, proper social systems, and infrastructure based on getting the right leadership. And that is my own comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Olorogun Sani Kuku. We'd like to move along very quickly by also inviting the past president of Nigerian Bar Association, who is here, and also an old boy of King's College, Lagos, Mr. Olunde Apata, and possibly he will take 2 minutes to talk to us on the rule of law and how improved amendment or improved legal and legislative framework could help in building the Nigeria of our dreams.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Dear Sister Ijoma, thank you very much. PKC, my respect, sir. Good to see you again, sir, Floriat. President of the King's College Old Boys Association, Chairman of Board of Trustees, past president, here present, most distinguished speakers. Through Professor Jega, let me thank all of you for sharing your time with us. We are most grateful. I'm grateful for the opportunity to come off stage to speak on behalf of the Nigerian Bar Association. But before I conclude, distinguished old boys and students of King's College, present boys of King's College, Floriat. I'm grateful for the opportunity to come up stage to speak on behalf of the Nigerian Bar Association. But before I do that, let me officially report to my family that on the 26th of August, I handed over as president of the Nigerian Bar Association after 2 years as the president of that association. I want to thank most sincerely old boys of King's College, my friends, my brothers, for the support that I received from you. Those of you who are lawyers, those of you who are non-lawyers. It was palpable, I could feel it, and I am extremely grateful. I thank you for the opportunity, and at the same time, I want to apologize to those who may have been unable to reach me in the last couple of years. My brothers, I now have a new and healthy respect for those who hold office. It is not easy sometimes. So, but please let me apologize because you know it's not in my character. I am always available, particularly for anything concerning King's College, Lagos. So if for any reason I was absent, please, Mr. President, kindly forgive me, and I happily announce that I am back fully to answer the call anytime the call is made.
Up, IJ. So, Ijoma, you gave me parameters, or you gave me, you asked me to speak concerning certain perspectives. Permit me, Ijoma, to just deviate slightly. I will not take too much time because I only got to know here that I will be speaking. I think we'll be kidding ourselves if we look at this issue and begin to speak of, as I have heard here, of whether or not we should be one Nigeria. I totally disagree with my illustrious predecessor in office, Dr. Lisa Bakoba. The issue is not whether we agreed or we did not agree. Our reality is that we are here as Nigeria. The problem is, and I will tell him that, I will send him a message quickly to let him know that I disagree with him before I'm sanctioned. The problem is leadership. Everything rises and falls with leadership. We have an absence of leadership in Nigeria, effective leadership. Baba is not here right now, but I make bold to say the last time that we saw a modicum, a semblance of leadership, impactful leadership, leadership heading in a direction, irrespective of whatever party affiliations we may have, was when President Obasanjo was in office. That was the last time I saw anybody attempting to lead this country in the right direction. The social fabric of our nation is in tatters, and this is 40 years in coming. The value system has been upturned. It is fake it until you make it. It is get rich or die trying. That is the value system in Nigeria today. What people don't realize is that when Babangida came into office, when we were here in King's College, 1985, it's almost 40 years ago. And it has been downward, it's been a downward spiral since that time. So imagine for a second, the Nigerians that have been molded since that time, who are now taking charge of this country, at least in the professions, at least in our schools. I always tell the story of my nephew who was schooling at the Ambrosali University in Egoma. Sent me a letter one day asking for me to send him pocket money. And after sending the pocket money, I should not forget to send him money for blocking. What is blocking? Blocking is paying lecturers for grades. I was scandalized on two levels. One, that he was blocking, and two, that he thought that I was familiar and I was comfortable with that process of blocking. These are the kind of Nigerians that we are molding today because our value system has totally been upturned. If we don't deal with these issues now and enthrone leadership that will change the narrative, we are going to the dust. Every index of national development has been destroyed, and we are fast running out of people who can change things. Ladies and gentlemen, in less than 2 weeks, I will be 50, right? I belong to that generation. The last of us, we are the last of the Nigerians who caught a whiff, who have a sense of what the dream was or is. That generation is leaving. We are on our way out. And if we don't enthrone leadership quickly and ensure that we are able to fix our country, it is not going to get better. We are deceiving ourselves. There is a brass ceiling as far as access to leadership is concerned. There's a brass ceiling. The system is not set up for people who can rule Nigeria to get into leadership. It is not possible. I became MBA president by a fluke. I became MBA president because we were able to go out there and challenge the status quo. But that is not the norm. The system does not allow for it to happen. Now, we talk about national integration. That is one of the quickest ways to ensure you get our citizens to buy in. Unity colleges, unity schools, that's why they were established. I spent 3 months in FGC Warri, I have to admit. And in those days, even in Warri, FGC Sokoto, FGC Maiduguri, King's College, there were people from all over Nigeria because you don't legislate a nation into existence. You build up unity schools today. If you go to FGC Warri today, the students there all come from Warri and Efuru. They all come from the unity school. The concept has been destroyed. National Youth Service Corps, how many of you would allow your children to go for service? It's not going to happen. That concept, and that was a well-intentioned program to bring about national unity and integration. So that Akire Dolu, who is not here today, met his wife Betty, who is from Imo State, and their husband and wife 40 years after. That's how a nation is built. But we have destroyed NYSC because, as usual, we taint it with primordial considerations and we don't deal with merit. The system is broken, ladies and gentlemen. Well, no one is interested in fixing the system. We all want to be beneficiaries of a broken system. That is what I have found out in the last 2 years. Everybody is queuing up to benefit from the system that is broken. Not in my own time that we can't change them. Everybody wants to just make the best of a really horrible situation. We don't rise to meet standards in Nigeria. We bring standards to meet us wherever we are. I got back from Kigali 2 weeks ago, I'm sorry, 10 days ago. I've been there before, but Chimamanda Adichie was our keynote speaker at the NBA conference this year, and she coined a phrase, patriotic shame. She said that's what she feels every time she goes out of Nigeria to another country. I couldn't help that feeling, that overwhelming sense of patriotic shame when I arrived in Kigali again a couple of weeks ago. So nobody should talk about whether or not it is we agree to be Nigerians. That's a country that had Tutsis and Hutu. That's a country that just came out of a genocide. But look at what that country, I don't know how many of you have gone, but I think we should all take study tours and go to Kigali and see what 11 million people with leadership, with effective leadership are able to achieve. Now, what was my experience at the NBA? Ijoma, please bear with me, I'm almost done. At the NBA, what did I find out? We're not ready. We pontificate. Many of you read and saw all of the travails and the controversies that I encountered. Because as a people, we are not ready. It is one rule for some and another rule for the others. It's the Orwellian animal farm. And we think that we are going to achieve any result. We come to events like this, we pontificate. However, we are not ready. The partner in the law firm of a senior legal luminary in Nigeria, a partner, was accused or is accused of ambulance chasing, trying to steal the client of another. As the NBA is the regulator of the legal profession. In my capacity as president, I brought the lady before the LPDC, our disciplinary committee. And then it so happens that her principal partner is chairman of the body of benchers, of which the legal practitioner disciplinary committee is a committee. And I wrote him a letter because we must maintain standards. You don't really care whose ox is God. You build institutions, not persons. And I said, Oga, kindly recuse yourself because you will be sitting in judgment over your own matter. And Baba refuses to recuse himself. Instead, accuses me at the call to bar ceremony 2 weeks later of pulling him down, of being a blackmailer, everything else but answering to the issue that was in question. Step aside. Basic rule of natural justice. 101. In a matter that concerns you, you do not sit over it. And then the same guy is going to get up and say, I don't know what's happening to Nigeria. Standards are falling. Excuse me. I, as president of the NBA, I was a member of the NJC, still am. But I sat on a committee where we select judges and justices. First session, I said to them, judiciary, is this how we select them? Interview 20 people in 2 hours, average of 6 minutes per person. How do you get the best out of the system? But they don't want the best. You want to put people in there who are answerable to you, who are undeserving of the position. We ask a judge who wants to be a justice of the Court of Appeal, what is the meaning of least pendants? A basic legal maxim. that everybody knows, every year one law student should know. And this chap doesn't know. And I said to the chairman of the panel, this guy cannot go to the Court of Appeal. Oh, Mr. President, he will learn on the job. And I said, that is one of the busiest courts in the land. How are we going to do this? And so the point I'm making is that we really need to speak to ourselves and decide what we want to do. We need to enthrone proper leadership, because it is the tone from the top that will determine whether or not we come out of the doldrums. That will determine whether or not I left Nnewi yesterday with a platoon of 8 fierce-looking soldiers just to get me out of Nnewi to Asaba. In Nigeria, I was calling brigade commander after brigade commander. I mean, Nnewi, get me out of here. We need to enthrone proper leadership. We are almost past our shelf lives. We are better fix it now. Otherwise, what are we going to tell our children? What are we going to say to them? We must enthrone a proper process. And Ijoma, maybe this is where I come to the point that you asked me to speak to. We must enthrone a proper electoral process. Professor Jega alluded to this. Gentlemen, it was clear to me when I ran for president of NBA that I would win. But I was not going to win if I did not look at, or we did not interrogate the process. And we fought tooth and nail to ensure that the process changed. That is how I emerged. Those who are lawyers understand what I mean. We changed the process. I had a meeting with Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, current INEC chairman, a couple of weeks ago. And I was so sad and crestfallen. He was now encouraging me, President, take heart. Why was I sad? All I heard was problems. All I heard was why. I said to myself, INEC cannot conduct elections in 2023. That is my view. We're not ready. After I had that meeting with him, I was so sad. Election is a peacetime activity. Election is about logistics. There's so many issues involved. And then we're going into 2023. Even worse off, I believe, than when Professor Jega was in charge of that organization. And we expect that a result, something will come out of it. We must deal with the INEC issue. Professor Jega and I sat on a panel not too long ago when we discussed the new Electoral Act. We must give teeth to the law. If you have to release money to INEC, release money to INEC when INEC should have them. These elections are planned, it's a 4-year cycle. How can we still be grappling with basics? And then the other part of the process, apart from INEC, is the judiciary. Because we all know that the judiciary is where a lot of these issues are finally resolved, the electoral issues. But the judiciary is suffering from political capture. The politicians have captured the judiciary from the point of selection. They choose the people that they want. You see judges. Those of you who know me know I virtually grew up in the house of a judge. People who want to be judges are carrying CVs all around the place, lobbying to be judges. People who are judges are lobbying to be on electoral tribunal. Please send me to Rivers. Last time I was in Rivers, it was a good time. Send me to Akwa Ibom. Nobody wants to go to my Edo State. Send me to Lagos. Because it's lucrative. So the individual who is made a judge, who will learn on the job, knows that when he is called upon to do the bidding of those who made him a judge, he has no option. That is the problem. If we put in place a transparent process for judges to be selected and our justices, then judgments will not be for sale. Right now, the courts have, you all know the judgment that brought about the current governor of Imo State. And you know that the Supreme Court is yet to leave down that particular judgment. I say no more, but I say to you that if we don't fix the process of selecting our judicial officers, we have a major problem as far as the Nigeria of our dreams is concerned. And I leave you with this note, or this point. We all went to school here. High Court Lagos was always next door to us, Supreme Court in between. And SARS, those young people came and burnt down High Court of Igoshere. They didn't burn down King's College. They burnt down the High Court of Igoshere, and people complained, how can? I say, how can not? They see the judiciary as representative of their problems. They see that they cannot get justice. They see a big man come there accused of stealing billions and goes away with a slap on the wrist. Then they come there because you stole a goat, he's still in Kirikiri. They see that that justice has been turned on his head. That's why they went to the High Court, Igboshiri. We went there and looked around. They burnt everything down. Some of them wore the wigs and the gowns of our judges, carrying cutlass, running around here. They burnt that thing to send a message to that institution that you are not doing your job. Justice, there's no justice in the land. And we know that without justice, there can't be peace. There can't be peace. If there is peace, it's peace of the graveyard. So, in conclusion, 2023 is around the corner. We need to enthrone proper leadership. Don't take this as a joke, or don't take it as something that we can just deal with willy-nilly. And to fix Nigeria, gentlemen, at least 6 election cycles. So don't look for instant gratification. To begin to fix Nigeria, 6 election cycles. Think about it. So start now. Let's get the right people in office. Because the tone from the top is what determines how we're going. Look at what has happened to us in the last 8 years. Look at where our country is today. Let us try now and put the right people in leadership. And that's the only way we can fix it. I give a caveat. Those are the views of Olu Akwata, not the Nigerian Bar Association. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olumide. So, thank you. That was a very good, sharp overview of what's happening in the judiciary and selection process. So there's not just a problem with the selection process, leadership in our selection process, or rather the selection process in our leadership. We also have a problem with the selection process in the judiciary. So we still have a long way to go. So we have leadership flaws at all levels. Nobody's talking about the legislature here. That's another kettle of fish altogether. So we've talked about the executive and we talked about the judiciary. We'll also like to invite Mr. Funshaw Dahati, who is the governorship candidate of the African Democratic Congress in Lagos State, to come and make his brief remarks. 2 minutes, please. 2 minutes.
President, King's College Old Boys Association, sir. The Chairman, Board of Trustees, sir. Distinguished panelists, a distinguished moderator. I must especially recognize my Olorogun. You asked me why. He happened to be the first employer of my wife. He gave my wife her first job, so forgive me for that special recognition. Distinguished old boys, distinguished present students, Florians. It's a great honor to be given an opportunity to speak briefly to you today. I won't speak for very long. A lot has been said. My name, as has been said, is Funshaw Dahati. I'm also an old boy. I entered the college in 1979, which happened to be the year that our former president ended his first tenure as leader of this country. I'm also a second generation old boy. My father attended this great school. My father was born in the year 1900, and he attended the school in the first decade of the school and left the school in 1918. It's a great honor to be here. A lot has been said today, but I think one theme has run through it all, and that is leadership and governance. We may talk up, we may talk down, but we can never escape the fact that a large part of the reason why we are where we are is because of failures in leadership. Now, the thing about leadership, I think, is that the best way to identify leadership is through the fruits of leadership, right? So people have spoken, I'll just give two anecdotes to demonstrate this idea of leadership in relation to the past 25 years, which the former chairman of INEC spoke about. I left this country in 1999 to go and study for my master's degree in the United States of America. When I left this country, the cost of a mobile phone was $2,000 equivalent. Naira was 80 to 1 then. It cost you 160,000 Naira then. It was $2,000. 99. I returned in 2005. And by then, I don't think it cost me more than maybe a few hundred Naira to get a SIM card. And the mobile phones that we had, which we bought for $2,000, if he held one and I held one, and I called him with my phone, it would tell me he's not available, even though he's next to me. But by the time we came back with the right policies, etc., we had a dramatic shift in the environment. That's one anecdote. The second is that by the time I was returning in 2006, contrary to what we've spoken about today, we actually had a reverse brain drain. I don't know if people remember that period. People were coming back en masse. People from graduate schools in other countries were coming back. There was a renaissance, a budding renaissance. People were hopeful. It's a very different situation today. These are the fruits of leadership. The chair of the World Trade Organization, Dr. Okonjo-Iweala, talked about objective numbers, and a lot has been shared about the national level. I'll just share one, call it statistic, call it piece of evidence at the state level, because that's our own stage. Recently, there was a release of an annual report that is released called the Global Livability Index Report. It's a report of the Economist Intelligence Unit. It ranks cities across the globe on about 30 different criteria, grouped into 5 areas: health, education, infrastructure, culture and environment, and stability. Lagos, the seat and host city to our great school, ranked 171 out of 172 on that list. So if we think we have issues at the national level, we also have issues at the state level. And to Dr. Okonjo-Iweala's point is that when we look at objective numbers, and these are objective numbers, it's not Funsho Duarte's index, it's not Uwaitigwe's index, it is the Economist Intelligence Index of cities, and all cities are ranked using the same criteria. When we look at objective numbers, we can debunk propaganda. One of the propaganda items we have around Lagos today is that Lagos is working. Lagos may be working for some. It is certainly not working for most. I'll just make a couple of other points and wrap up. I will also say that in line with what was articulated by the chairman, former chairman of INEC, we're in a democracy, whether we like it or not. And in a democracy, the only way things change is if people step up and if those people are voted for by the people. So There's nowhere where it is said that, Mr. Duarte, you did not contest the election, but, we like you and we think you will do a wonderful job, so come and take the office. No. People have to contest. And I think that is the challenge to us in this room as the elite of the society. Because part of the problem is that if we do not step up, despite the challenges, I spent 13 years in the private sector. I know what it took me to build the reputation I built in the private sector. I know the risk that is associated with coming into the political space. I know it. And I've already started to experience it. But you know what? That is the only route. It is the only route. And so we have to step up. I don't have a godfather. But you know what? I say the people in a democracy can be the godfathers. The people can be the godfathers. And we must never forget that. What do I mean by that? The current administration in Lagos, the present leadership of Lagos, was elected with 700,000 votes. Let that sink in. 700,000 votes, current government. Lagos is a city that had, as at then, 6.5 million voters. That means for every one person who voted, 5 people stayed away. 5 to 1. In effect, the current leadership was elected by a small minority. And that is the challenge to us in this room. When the people get up and are galvanized and participate, that is when democracy is deepened. That is when democracy, in the true sense, happens. So as we look to 2023, and I'll wrap up here, I want to say that I'm very hopeful about 2023. I am actually very hopeful about 2023 because I'm sure many of you must have observed that there is a groundswell of interest in the political process. People are lining up for days to get their voters' cards. In the estate where I lived, they arranged a voter registration drive for 2 days. On the first day, 2,000 people showed up, and they queued from morning till night. People are fed up, and they are ready to participate. We know that the electoral process is flawed, but in 2023, there are a number of things. There are a number of things that have improved that process. So let us not fall into the trap of saying that the process is flawed and therefore we don't participate. 2 things. 1, technology has been introduced into the process. Yes, you may still have vote buying, but the collation process is much improved. BVAS and those kinds of things, technology. The second thing is that where people participate en masse, they overwhelm the forces, the negative forces. It is very difficult to override the mass collective will of the people. And so what is left for us in 2023? What is left for us? The system is not perfect, but what is left for us is for the followers to now step up and choose the leaders that they believe will best represent them. People who have the character of leadership that we've talked about today. Ladies and gentlemen, my submission is that 2023 is a golden opportunity. We can bemoan our fate, we can worry about it, or we can come out and take the opportunity. And I am of the strong view that if we do that, we may see a renaissance that is driven not by the actions of the leaders, but by the will and the collective resolve of the people. And it is on that that I'm hanging my hopes as I stand for election for governor of Lagos State in 2023.
Thank you, Funsho Dohatsi. And thank you for using the opportunity to use this platform to challenge the Lagos electorate on our choices, political choices. Next speaker, we'll also like to hear from a very young man who's a student of Methodist Boys High School, Okechukwu Victor, to come and join us and give us his very short remarks on what he as a student would like to see from us, the adults and the leadership of the country to build the Nigeria of our dreams. Welcome, Mr. Victor, and you have 2 minutes, please, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mo. Thank you, sir, for this wonderful opportunity to stand here before you. My name is Okechukwu Victor, a student of Methodist Boys High School. And the title of my speech is The Nigeria of My Dream. Sonny Okosun once asked, which way Nigeria in his song? And the need to ask this grows daily. We see heartbreaking images all over the internet. We hear reports that weaken also our bones. On the 5th of June, 2022, people went to their place of worship, a sanctuary of peace and rest, and many didn't make it out. Those who did have been left in a traumatized state and had slim chances of recovering from it. Now, this leaves an indelible mark in the hearts of millions of Nigerians. And questions like, can we get justice? Can we have confidence in Nigeria? Can we walk and travel around within Nigeria without fear of being killed or maimed? Mothers are wailing, fathers are left dumbfounded. Children were made orphans, close friends and relatives are in mourning. It sounds useless to tell people to stay safe these days because the rate of insecurities in this country is alarming. These people were staying safe. They had dreams, plans for the next day. They had friends and loved ones awaiting their returns from church, not knowing it's their last ever service. The Sunday pictures that was taken was captured RIP. Some people found out about the death of their loved ones from the news. It's so sad that a government that promised us change and whose mantra was security could not live up to its promise. For how long shall we live in a failed system that cannot provide justice and security for our people? People dressed in their best attire to celebrate the first Sunday of the 6th month, all were bathed in blood. Some went to pray for the safety of their loved ones and suddenly were sent to the great beyond. The little children who were crying and making noise in the church were all silenced forever. Now, this leaves the $1 million question in our mouth. What are we doing to ourselves? We, the great people of Nigeria, implore the incoming president to stop the killing, the bloodshed. Let us come together and rebuild the reins of our great nations. Let us make her habitable again and a force. Let us make her habitable again and a force to be reckoned with in the world. Now, this is the Nigeria of my dream, the Nigeria we're proud of, and Nigeria we're proud of seeing. The Nigeria we're proud of is a Nigeria, one where I will not be afraid to leave my house because I'm scared of getting abducted, killed, raped, or robbed by the same people who have sworn to protect me. One where I will be able to get a good, well-paying job that will be able to sustain me and my family wants and needs without any worries. In Nigeria, where I do not constantly think of ways to leave the country. One where my leaders are people that I can relate to and not people that are supposed to be with their ancestors. And their political agendas are ones that I can see working and can better the future of the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please give Okechukwu Victor a big round of applause. We'd like to see it when our our children are doing very well. Okay, please, we'll be inviting the final speaker this afternoon. His name is Dr. Kunle Oshobi, and he's the author of Building a Country of Our Dreams. So he'll begin us his perspective on his seminal work. Please welcome Dr. Kunle Oshobi.
Hello. Distinguished members of the high table, the president of the Board of Trustees, distinguished old students, the PKC and staff, all students here, all protocols duly observed. First of all, I would like to appreciate President Obasanjo and his economic team, led by Dr. Mrs. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, for their performance in managing the country's economy. During their administration, Nigeria experienced the highest ever economic growth rate in our history, became the fastest growing economy in Africa, and this was what led to Nigeria being recognized as the biggest economy in Africa when the economy was rebased in 2014. Their performance in office is responsible for a lot of inspiration that I got in writing the book, and it was duly acknowledged in the book. I appreciate it. My late maternal grandfather, Daniel Adeniyi Adeonojobi, was one of the first 6 students admitted into King's College in 1909 when this college was established. Of the 6 of them, only my grandfather was retained as a school teacher after they finished their secondary education. My grandfather then devoted his life to raising young kings. And he worked in the institution, in King's College till 1949, when he retired after about 5 years of military service. My dad, Chief Tunde Oshobi, was also a student of King's College. He's a past president of the Old Boys Association, and he's a member of the Board of Trustees of the KCOBA. He remains very passionate about the college to date. Bearing this in mind, my background, there was another thing I learned while growing up. I learned that the only reason my grandfather allowed my dad to marry my mom was because my dad also attended KC. But my grandfather was very protective over my mother. And he felt confident of the pedigree of my dad, given the fact that he attended this illustrious college. So bearing this in mind, even though I did not personally attend KC myself, I am indirectly a product of this great institution. And I believe it would be out of place if I greet this distinguished gathering by saying Florian. When I first came across the flyer advertising this program, the first thing that struck me was the title of the colloquium, which is very similar to the title of my book, Projects Nigeria, Building the Country of Our Dreams. I immediately reached out to my boss, Mr. Koiga Adebajo, and my dear cousin, Mr. Niro Adeonojobi, to solicit their support in getting me involved in this program. Because I believe that having written a book on the subject matter, I add some value to add to the program. Out of respect for my dad, Dr. Leke Oshudi, who they reached out to, he called me and on my behalf, he reached out to Barrister Ntigwe Uwa to get me involved in the program, and for this I am most grateful. It's indeed an honor to be part of this distinguished gathering. My book, Project Nigeria, Building the Country of Our Dreams, essentially details the roadmap with which you can aggressively grow the Nigerian economy into a $2.5 trillion economy within the next 15 years by focusing on human capacity development and stimulating the productive base of the economy. By so doing, will make Nigeria one of the biggest economies in the world, while also significantly improving on the living standards of Nigeria. The book has 23 chapters, but for lack of time, I know we are pressed for time now, I'll only focus on a few points. He acknowledges the fact that our leaders are not the only problem, but that every single Nigerian has a role to play and should be carried along if we are serious desirous of building the country of our dreams. As such, it starts by advocating for a national reorientation program in which we will work to improve on the ethics and moral values of Nigerians. This is to fight, this is to help the fight against corruption, improve on our moral values, our moral system in this country, and enhance productivity within Nigerians. I also made the audacious suggestion that Nigeria sells off all our assets in the oil sector and invest it in the education and human capital development, as the oil era is fast coming to an end, and even as we're already firmly in the information age, where knowledge is power and data is the new oil. I propose a policy initiative that is targeted at incentivizing investors into the power sector that is capable of attracting over $100 billion into the power sector of the economy within a period of 10 years. And in so doing, if you can get the power sector right, it will definitely have a lot of multiplier effects on other sectors of the economy. I also suggested that the policy proposal, which will include a phased banning of the export of crude oil, should be implemented. And instead, we should have a system whereby all derivatives, crude oil should be processed into all various derivatives to enhance the value and create jobs before we export them. Finally, the book makes a strong case for Nigeria to start preparing for a world after oil. As the world is fast moving away from oil as its primary source of energy to green energy. And in the next 30 years, oil may no longer be relevant to the global economy as the primary source of energy. Even though the book touches on all critical sectors of Nigerian economy and suggests innovative policy proposals to transform each sector, the issue of restructuring, which is very important, was not addressed. Now, I've since written another book, which is more incisive than the first one, titled Project Nigeria Restructured, Harnessing the Strengths in Our Diversity. This book is still in the process of being published, but it presents a strong case for restructuring Nigeria from the economic perspective in our quest to build the Nigeria of our dreams. Earlier on in the colloquium, President Obasanjo did ask the question whether we even had a Nigerian dream. And Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala also reverberated and said that we actually need to document a Nigerian dream. So at the end of this colloquium, if we have been able to visualize, articulate, and document what the Nigerian dream should be, I believe we will have moved us several steps forward in building the Nigeria of our dreams. Once again, thanks so much for having me here. I'm most grateful.
Thank you very much, Kunle Oshobi. I'm sure you'll be able to make available a copy of your book, Building the Country of Our Dreams, to all of us. And perhaps you'll be able to donate some to the library of King's College, Lagos. So please, the MC, you're invited to take over. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you very much for your attention, your contributions. Please, can I ask that you give our moderator and the members of the panel a resounding round of applause? And I would also like you to give one round of applause to yourselves, please, for being such a fantastic audience. As we bring the program to a close, I would like to invite a distinguished Kingsman, Temitayo Kayode, who has journeyed all the way from the United States of America to demonstrate his prowess
on the saxophone. A little relaxation after the difficult matters we have dealt with over the last 4 hours. Temita Akari. For a fantastic performance. It was short, but it was memorable. And now the president's class set would like to very quickly make a presentation of 25 computers to the King's College School.
Chumanos K, Dele Adoko. Afolabi Ojo, I saw him somewhere. Is he around? Abimono Soya is bereaved. And they'll be presenting 25.
PKC, please join us, sir.
And PKC, can you join us, please? This is for the use of our students. It's from one of some now, how do I describe them? I belong to all the class sets, but particularly to this one. PKC, let's do it fast.
Good evening, everybody. I'd like to say all protocols observed. About 3 years ago, the 1975-80 class set got together and decided we wanted to give something back to the good old school. And we wanted something that would have an enduring impact on the students, impact on their academic performance, and their acquisition of life skills. And what we hit on basically was to strengthen the impact of ICT in the school. And this project has involved several phases. In the first phase, we ran fiber optic cables to create internet connectivity in the school. So as we speak, King's College Lagos is completely online. Now, having run the internet connectivity, we found that the computers that existed in the school ICT center were kind of obsolete and not suitable for the requirements of modern computing. So we've therefore gotten together again, and we are donating 25 ISOS laptop computers to provide high-level internet connectivity to the school. The third and final stage of the project is to create a Google virtual learning environment for the school. The framework for that has already been set up, an account has been created, and in the coming week, we're going to be meeting with the PKC to discuss the training for the teachers so that all the learning that takes place in the school, assignments and things like that, can be done in a virtual online environment. Parents can have access to see the performance of their children and their wards in the school, and the children can get online, interact with one another, and also interact with their children. So that is what we are commemorating this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, I have a very short task, and that is to say thank you. Thank you to President Olusegun Obasanjo, who over the years, as I said earlier, has become the conscience of our nation. The major thrust of his argument is that we are yet to articulate the Nigerian dream. Thank you to my dear sister, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, who did actually brilliantly articulate what should be the Nigerian dream. She spoke about access to education, healthcare, jobs. I think we are all on the same page on these and more. I am conscious that we are very pressed for time, but still I'll make some small effort. I want to thank the chairman of the Board of Trustees, Isoma Philip Asuedu. You will not believe this. In another 17 months, precisely on the 26th of February in the year 2024, 17 months from today, he's going to be 90 years old. And it's sharp. You had the presentation that he made, brilliant. And I concur. The problem with us as a nation today has nothing to do with us either being Hausa, Fulani, Igbo, Kanuri, whatever. Yoruba, no. It is a complete failure of leadership. I agree with that thesis entirely, 100%. I want to thank Professor Atahiru Jega. What he didn't share with you is the fact that he actually toyed around with running for president. But as he said to all of us who are hearing today, the whole process has been rigged against the people. It's been monetized. We need godfathers. He spoke about returns. He forgot to add the word that is plus interest. It's not just that they will report on their investment, but they would insist on reporting on their investment with huge interest. Others also spoke here. I want to thank Honorable Sonny Kuku. He also spoke about the dream. I think he was quoting Martin Luther King Jr., who articulated the American dream. I want to thank Kunsho Doherty. He actually met me in school. I hope that you will succeed where I failed. I don't want to say that you are the best governor that Lagos never had. I want you to be the best governor that Lagos will have. That's my prayer for you. And all the other Kingsmen that are running Itigwe Uwa, I hope that someday you'll be governor of Abia, Lucky Dike. I hope that someday you'll be governor of Delta, and I can go on and on. I want to thank the moderator, my colleague from the This Day family, Ijoma Ogugu. She did a brilliant job. I want to thank Odisa forgive me if I didn't pronounce the name correctly. I told him when I was seeing him off that I agree with the first leg of his thesis on that our problem is failure of leadership. But when he was talking about Afenifere and Ohanese Ndibo and all the other cultural associations, what came to my mind was, who elected them? The leadership of Afenifere, who elected them as the leaders of Afenifere, and all the other associations. So I don't know how qualified they are, but as I said earlier, our problem is not one being an Igbo man or Hausa man or Yoruba man. It also has to do with good leadership or the lack of good leadership. I want to appreciate in a special way the immediate past president of the Nigerian Bar Association. I don't know if he's still around. I listened attentively to you, and I agree with all the submissions that you made. But most importantly, I heard you clearly when you said that you are announcing to us that you are back for service to the college. So I'd earlier consulted with all the members of ESCO, majority of them will be formalizing this, and I can't even wait till tomorrow to announce it. Olumide Akpata is the new chairman of the Kingsweek Organizing Committee for the year 2023. And in doing that, may I thank most sincerely my aburo, my friend, my colleague, in the person of Ichigwe Uwa, S.A.N., for doing a brilliant job organizing this year's Kingsweek. He is the chairman of the organizing committee of Kingsweek for the year 2022. He did it very well with a lot of zeal, a lot of commitment, a lot of determination in the true tradition of King's College Lagos. And I'd announced that going forward, we will keep raising the bar. Pastor Edward Godalo did a good job. Chuma Anosike was also chairman of Kingsweek. He also did exceptionally well. This year it was Itigwe Uwa. Next year is going to be Olumide Akpata. May I thank everybody who has come. I want to thank the management of Arise TV for the live coverage. I want to thank all the students, especially from different institutions who came and participated. I want to thank the students and staff of King's College. Finally, and most importantly, I want to thank our boss, my boss, the PKC, Mr. Andrew Adiagada. He's been very, very cooperative with the All Boys. And by being very cooperative, he has managed to get the best from the All Boys. So all the innovations that you are seeing in the college is always urging the All Boys to do more for the college. We have a wonderful relationship with him. We thank him. I want to again thank every single one of us. May God grant us joining mercies. The school song.
Let us shout it boldly, for our sons are we. Not a little classrooms, we now hallelujah. Where we learn to cherish, sugaring and truth. Learn to pull together, each one with the rest. Playing on and striving, each to do his best. This shall be a watchword, always play the game. Some the most praises from the throne of fame. Lord of many nations, we will not forget that we all are brothers with a common debt. Let us live by giving as we forge ahead. Service for our living. Teach us in the global school. Only by obedience will you learn to rule. If you feel the closely, seek the reason why. You have got to conquer if you only try. All the strength before you and not in the light. Where the winds will share you, victors in the fight. This shall be a watchword. Always play the game. Sound the most praises from the forth of fame. Though of many nations, we will not forget that we all are brothers with a common debt. Let us play by giving as we forge ahead. Service to our living.
The KCOBA president will lead the
Glorious collegium shall not also be. Let us shout it boldly, for our sons are we. Not shall in our classrooms, in our hallelujah. Where we learn to cherish, sugaring and truth. Learn to pull together, each one with the rest. Playing on and striving, each to do his best. This shall be a watchword.
would actually liken it to the whole purpose of education. So someone defined education as that method of instruction wherein a person is enabled to reach the utmost of his potential, to achieve his greatest potential. So in the Nigeria of my dreams, I would like to see every single Nigerian, regardless of age, gender, ethnic, or linguistic extraction, be capable of achieving the maximum potential that they have. So it's the complete structure which will enable that to happen. That's the social circumstances, the educational circumstances, the economic circumstances that will make people able to achieve that end. That's what I mean by the Nigeria of my dreams. What role can the Old Boys Association play in creating a Nigeria of our dreams? King's College Old Boys have always led. From the founding of these very grounds in 1909, King's College Boys have been great achievers in every field of human endeavor. In medicine, in law, in education, military endeavor, every single field of human endeavor, King's College Boys have excelled. So as exemplars of the patriotic Nigerian, we can serve as examples to the rest of the country. More than that, many of our old boys are now coming forward to participate in the political process, something they never did or rarely did in the past. And we have some examples in the present day polity of old boys who are contesting from everywhere from the local government level to the state houses, to the National Assembly, Senate, even the governorship. Old boys are putting forward, throwing their hats in the ring and contesting at those levels. And we have one old boy who's also on the ticket of a party for the vice presidential slot, the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So in that way also, old boys can contribute to ensuring that we join hands together to create the Nigeria of our dreams. In every field of human endeavors, we have great achievers in banking, in law, in medicine, in the present day, where old boys are setting the pace, setting the example, and leading their fellow Nigerians forward ever. Thank you.
So we chose the theme for this year's Kingsweek as building the Nigeria of our dreams. We all know where we are today as a nation. We know that the country is riven by all kinds of problems. We're divided along tribal, religious lines. And the country has never been this divided, for several decades. So we have a situation where there's so much insecurity in the country, the economy is not doing well, and quite a lot of Nigerians fear for the survival of our nation. A lot of Nigerians fear that we can have a failed state on our hands. And so we believe that Nigeria can do well. We believe that there are better things that bind us together than things that tear us apart. And that is why, as old boys of King's College, we've decided that we should come together and brainstorm and think about the things that we can do to bequeath to the generations coming after us a Nigeria of our dreams, a Nigeria of their dreams. So that's why we've chosen the topic this year. If we look at our nation today, we'll see that there's a lot of lack of confidence in the nation. Quite a lot of young people are beginning to travel abroad, they're beginning to relocate. That's just because of the fear about where the country is headed. Insecurity is rife. And we think that one of the greatest problems that we have, one of the greatest challenges that we face as a country today is disunity in the country. King's College has been that college where you've had students from all parts of the country coming together, forming very, very enduring relationships, which have endured over the years. So we think that King's College, being Nigeria's premier unity college, that there's a role that we have to play in a relationship with each other as old boys of King's College. We've related very, very well, regardless of where we come from. So we feel that there's a sense of responsibility that we have as old boys of King's College to do whatever we can do to try and get the nation back together again, to try and build a Nigeria of our dreams. Well, King's College Old Boys have made stellar contributions to the development of Nigeria, whether it's in the field of governance or in the professions, law, medicine, accounting, and so on and so forth. So we are opinion leaders, and I believe that if we get together and speak to our fellow countrymen about the need to build the nation of our dreams, that they will listen. And I also think that this event that we're having, where we're calling people together from various walks of life, professional bodies, other unity schools, and various people to say, look, let us sit down together, let's talk about our country, let's talk about the things that we can do to bequeath for ourselves a much better Nigeria. Those are some of the roles that we can play. And like our Deputy President hinted, quite a lot of us have decided that we would no longer sit on the sidelines and just criticize. Quite a lot of King's College old boys are now getting into politics to ensure that we try to contribute our quota to ensuring that we build the kind of Nigeria that is the Nigeria of our dreams.
So what do I mean, or what do I understand by the term building the Nigeria of our dreams? I would actually liken it to the whole purpose of education. So someone defined education as that method of instruction wherein a person is enabled to reach the utmost of his potential, to achieve his greatest potential. So in the Nigeria of my dreams, I would like to see every single Nigerian, regardless of age, gender, ethnic, or linguistic extraction, be capable of achieving the maximum potential that they have. So it's the complete structure which will enable that to happen. That's the social circumstances, the educational circumstances, the economic circumstances that will make people able to achieve that end. That's what I mean by the Nigeria of my dreams. What role can the Old Boys Association play in creating a Nigeria of our dreams? King's College Old Boys have always led. From the founding of these very grounds in 1909, King's College boys have been great achievers in every field of human endeavor. In medicine, in
law, in education, military endeavor, every single field of human endeavor, King's College boys have excelled. So as exemplars of the patriotic Nigerian, we can serve as examples to the rest of the country. More than that, many of our old boys are now coming forward, participate in the political process, something they never did or rarely did in the past. And we have some examples in the present day polity of old boys who are